friends, welcome back to True Crime Metrix. You know what? I forgot to post the link anywhere. It's not even on Discord, so thank you for joining us at this late hour on Saturday, this 31st day of May. What a fantastic day to be alive, especially in May when the summer is hot. Man, it's getting hot in Portugal. Too hot, little musty. Is that a word? Musty? Little rusty, little musty. Anyway, what are we doing tonight, guys? Welcome to the chatters. We are going to be having a look at continuing our footage of the Charlie Adelson trial rewatch. But first, I wanted to have a closer look, a re-analysis of an analysis, if you will, to Jessica Moly-Poly. I forget her last name. Sorry, Jessica. We'll just call you Jessica, the lawyer, the defense lawyer that was a guest on Surviving the Survivors show a couple of days ago, talking about these motions, right? These motions that the prosecution has accused and had ex parte communications with the judge, the defense for Donna Adelson's defense team, are saying, now that you've had those ex parte communications, Judge Everett, it is impossible for you to be impartial, and Donna will be robbed of the fair trial that she deserves, and that is protected under the Constitution. Every defendant entitled to a fair trial by an impartial judge and a jury of her peers. But I, non-lawyer over here, that's not even an American citizen, strongly disagree with her findings. We're going to go through that, but first I wanted to share with you an article that I read, posted on one of those Reddit threads that all the cool kids look at. I never really got the hang of it. I think it's called the Markel. It's Reddit and then Markel dead prof blog murder man, I think. So if you just go Reddit /Markel dead prof blog murder man, you should find the original article posted by a contributor to that fantastic Reddit page. If you're not subscribed to that, or are they called subscribers? I don't know what they're called. I think they're just called Redditors. If you're not subscribed to that, go to Markel Dead Prof Blog Murder Man, and you can dig out the original. But I have a link. Fantastic link. Yeah. So I should probably say that any findings that we're going to talk about here are not my own findings. We are simply reading them out off it's on WFLA. I see the NBC logo there. So, this is a real news network, right? Or a fake news, I don't know. But let's just see what it says anyway. It's quite salacious. So what we want to do is we want to share a tab. Welcome everybody in the chat room. Welcome back. Thank you for coming. Share a browser tab. 1080. And this will be our tab. And we want to scroll. Okay. I am classically underprepared here, guys. Been running around in the hardware store all day buying paint and brushes and sandpaper. You know, one of those days where you think you know everything you need, but then you see a lot of other things that you might need, and you think, shall I get one of those? Do I already have one of those? And you think, yeah, I do, but where the fuck is it? I better get one. I better get another one. Oh, it's too much sometimes, isn't it? Okay, where is our nice tab? Here we go. Okay, look at that. Beautiful. Good job. Interact. Can we zoom in on this puppy? If you want to go full screen, that would probably best, but I'll read it anyway. Attorney banned from jail accused of having sex with inmate. Broward County, Florida. I was with Taco up in Broward. An attorney is prohibited from any Broward County Sheriff's Office facility after being accused of having sex with an inmate at the main jail in South Florida. The alleged... I've seen a documentary about that jail. I don't think I'd like to have sex inside it. It did not look like the cleanest place. I guess it depends what you're into. That could add to the fun. I don't know. The alleged incident happened at the attorney interview area, so the same location. This is why it's relevant to the discussion that happened on STS, because they're saying that the prosecution are claiming that they have evidence that suggests and could be consistent with Donna's lawyers giving her a contraband item, namely a cell phone, so that she can communicate with Harvey Adelson off the record to plan what? We don't know. We're not privy to the calls. If there are calls, which we also don't know. Plan an escape, plan a bribe, plan tampering with witnesses. Maybe they were just going to have old people phone sex in the interview room at the jail. I don't know. The alleged incident happened at the attorney interview area. The deputy patrolling the rooms saw a female lawyer bent over at the waist with her skirt up and a male inmate standing behind her. According to the Broward County Sheriff's incident report, they appeared to be engaged in sexual intercourse. According to the report, the attorney was Jessica Michali David, 35. The inmate, whose body was pressed firmly against hers, was Israel Granda, 26. In jail on attempted murder charges. David was the lead attorney in that murder case, NBC Miami reported. The deputy who caught them said he couldn't observe any exposed sexual organs. Well, one goes inside the other, so, you know. It's trains and tunnels, classic. The deputy who caught them said he couldn't observe any exposed sexual organs because the two were really close to each other. Granda was taken back to his cell. David was banned from all Broward Sheriff's facilities for any reason, either personal or professional, according to Broward County Sheriff's Office. David's attorney told NBC Miami on the phone that the accusations are false and that no crime has been charged. They added they will continue to fight for their clients. David was not arrested after the alleged incident. Detectives with the sex crimes and special victims interviewed her and the inmate and escorted him back to his cell and her off the jail property. Well. David didn't comment on the incident for the media, so on and so on and so on. Now what we have is a court document, the formal complaint, I think. I haven't actually read this. Maybe we'll read the whole thing, maybe we won't. It's a few pages, it's only about 5 pages. I mean, we'll see if it's any good, right? And then we'll make a judgment call. But I think it's the complaint against Jessica Michali by the Florida Bar. Okay, so let's have a look at that. It's quite interesting, isn't it? You should have seen the thumbnail I was gonna put up. I thought it might be too over the top. Okay. Zoom in. Okay, Supreme Court in Florida, Florida Bar complainant, Joseph Michele respondent. Complaint. The Florida Bar complainant files this complaint against Jessica Michele, respondent, pursuant to the rules regulating the Florida Bar, and alleges 1. Respondent is and at all times mentioned in the complaint was a member of the Florida Bar, admitted on September 21, 2007. That's quite a while. That's 18 years ago. She didn't seem to... I was doubting she was a lawyer yesterday when we watched her on STS. No offense. And is subject to the jurisdiction of the Supreme Court of Florida. 2. Respondent resided and practiced law in Broward County, Florida at all times material. 3. The 17th Judicial Circuit Grievance Committee, J, found probable cause to file this complaint pursuant to Rule 3-7.4 of the rules regulating the Florida Bar. Tell us what it is. Tell us what you think she did. 4. Respondent was employed by the Office of Criminal Conflict and Civil Regional Counsel for the 4th District, hereinafter Regional Counsel, as an Assistant Regional Counsel. Respondent was assigned homicide cases almost exclusively, including death penalty cases. Wow, that's some serious stuff. 5. In or about 2015, respondent was assigned Israel Granda, hereinafter Granda, as her client in case number 13001128CF10A. Granda was charged with attempted murder in the 2nd degree, attempted murder in the 1st degree, shooting into a vehicle, and possession of a firearm by a convicted felon. Oh, Granda. You had to do it the easy way, didn't you? 6. During the representation, respondent met with Granda unsupervised at both the Dade and Broward County jails. 7. Between December 2015 and January 2016, Regional Counsel discovered what was perceived to be an inappropriate relationship between Granda and respondent. 8. On January 4th, 2016, respondent had a meeting with Regional Counsel in which respondent was informed of her termination and the reason for her termination. In or about January 2016, the Florida Bar was made aware of allegations against respondent which stated she had engaged in an improper relationship with Granda, her client, at the Broward County Jail. 10. In furtherance, of the investigation, the Florida Bar took a sworn statement from respondent on July 7, 2016. 11. Rule 4-8.1 paren A of the rules regulating the Florida Bar states a lawyer shall not knowingly make a false statement of material fact in connection with a disciplinary matter. 12. During such sworn statement, respondent denied knowing the reason for her termination with the Regional Counsel's office. 13. In truth and in fact, during the meeting held on January 4th, 2016, respondent was told the reason for her termination was the perceived inappropriate relationship with her client, Granda. 14. Furthermore, during the sworn statement, respondent was asked about certain specific physical contact between respondent and her client, Granda. Do you think they asked it like that? Do you remember, what was her name? That Texas jailer. What was her name? Everyone should go and watch that. We covered that. What was her name? Charlene something. They were like, did you have an inappropriate relationship at the jail? She's like, no. And then they say, we've heard the wiretaps. And she's like, okay, I put his dick in my mouth. It's the funniest thing. Crushing for her, but funny for us. 15, respondent denied the specific physical contact that took place in answering bar counsel's inquiry. 16, in truth and in fact, the physical contact that respondent denied did take place at the Dade County Jail. So it was because the complaint that we read from the news article was Broward County Jail. That's a different jail. So she's following him around any jail. Okay, perhaps we don't know. These are just this is just a complaint. 17, by intentionally answering bar counsel's questions untruthfully, respondent knowingly and deceitfully made false statements in connection with a disciplinary matter. 18, further, by lying to the Florida bar in connection with a disciplinary matter, respondent engaged in conduct that was clearly prejudicial to the administration of justice. 9, wait until you get to Wendy Adelson. If you don't like prejudice to the administration of justice, wait until you get to Wendy Adelson. You're going to have fun then, Florida bar. By the way, Florida bar, what the fuck are you doing about that? 19, by the conduct set forth above, respondent violated R, regulating Florida bar 3-4.2, violation of the rules of professional conduct as adopted by the rules governing the Florida bar in a cause for discipline. The standards of professional conduct to be observed by members of the bar are not limited to the observance of rules and avoidance of prohibited acts, and the enumeration herein of certain categories of misconduct as constituting grounds for discipline shall not be deemed to be all-inclusive, nor shall the failure to specify any particular act of misconduct be construed as tolerance thereof. God. Do you like your wordy sentences? What is it with these legal heads, huh? I mean, just say what you mean. You know, I could say that in 3 words. Don't lie. Or do not lie. There you go, 3 words. Clever. The commission by a lawyer of any act that is unlawful and or contrary to honesty and justice, whether the act is committed in the course of the attorney's relations as an attorney or otherwise, whether committed within or outside the state of Florida, and whether or not the act is a felony or misdemeanor, may constitute a cause for discipline. An applicant for admission to the bar or a lawyer in connection with a bar admission application or in connection with a disciplinary matter shall not knowingly make a false statement of material fact. A lawyer shall not violate blah, 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 blah. Is there anything else? Not really. Okay, so she was interviewed about it and she denied it, but they still had grounds. Now we'll just have a quick look, just briefly, folks, just briefly, at the, what is it? The consent judgment application or document. Where is it? We got it right here. This is longer, so I'm just going to read the first page or 2, I think, if it's any good. Okay, conditional guilty plea for consent judgment. Comes now the undersigned respondent, Jessica Michalli, and files this conditional guilty plea pursuant to Rule 3-7.9 of the rules regulating the Florida bar. 1. Respondent is... Okay, blah, 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 blah. Respondent is acting freely and voluntarily. Tenders this plea without fear or threat of coercion. Okay. Satisfied with counsel whose signature is affixed to this consent, the disciplinary measures to be imposed upon respondent are as follows. A 10-day suspension. Payment of the Florida bar's costs. Respondent acknowledges that unless waived or modified by the court on motion of respondent, the court order will contain a provision that prohibits respondent from accepting new business from the date of the order or opinion, and shall provide that the suspension is effective 30 days from the date of the order or opinion, so that respondent may close out the practice of law and protect the interest of existing clients. So they give her 30 days to do business. Right. Hang on. Go inside. Move. Quiet. Go to bed. So they give her 30 days to do business as normal. And then she's got a 10-day suspension. That seems very lenient. Do we not know if the allegations are true? The following allegations and rules provide the basis of respondent's guilty plea and for the discipline to be imposed on this matter. A. Respondent was employed by the Office of Criminal Conflict and Civil Rights, Civil Regional Counsel for the 4th District, blah, 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 blah. She was assigned this client, Israel Granda, shooting a vehicle. We read all that on the other one. During the representation, respondent met with Granda at both the Dade and Brown County jails. Between December 2015 and January 2016, Regional Counsel discovered what was perceived to be an unacceptable relationship between Granda and respondent. Just looking if there's anything fresh, because it's a copy-paste job. 2-hour Dateline special. Yeah, we read this entire thing. This is just a copy of the original complaint. The commission by a lawyer of any act that is unlawful, blah, 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 blah. We read that. Is there anything else? Oh, hang on. In mitigation of her actions, respondent asserts the following. A. Respondent has been a member of the Florida Bar since September 2007 and has no previous disciplinary history. Respondent has an excellent reputation in the legal community, I'm sure. But for what? She gives excellent advice. Respondent is remorseful for her conduct in this matter. Respondent received other penalties or sanctions. The Florida Bar has approved this proposed plea in the manner required. I mean, surely they must have not believed that she actually had sex or performed a sexual act in the interview room. It must just be that they had an inappropriate relationship with verbal, as far as the bar is concerned. Otherwise, surely she would be out forever, right? I mean, if this plea is approved, the respondent agrees to pay all reasonable costs associated with this case pursuant to Rule blah in the amount of $1,848.20. The costs are due within 30 days of the court order. Respondent agrees that if costs are not paid within 30 days of this court's order becoming final, respondent shall pay interest on any unpaid costs at statutory rate. Blah, 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 blah. That's really it then. Dated this day, 8th of March. Well, I mean, that's basically all we have to go on. There was another document. Let me just check what it was. This was... Report of referee accepting consent judgment. I'm just checking if this has got any good information. Recommendations as to guilt. I recommend that respondent be found guilty of violating the following rules regulating the Florida bar. By the conduct set forth above, respondent violated R, regulating Florida bar, blah, 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 blah. So the standards of professional conduct. It's basically the same information that's... What do lawyers charge so much money for? They just copy and paste most of the time. Oh, but there is some case law here. Standards for imposing lawyer sanctions. I consider the following standards. So the sanctions that she received were simply for making misrepresentations. But it makes me wonder, like, if she made the misrepresentations about not having sex in the interview room, then where is the punishment for the sex? Okay, well... That's about enough of that. Let's go, and what I did was I just cut all the bits out of the STS podcast that she was on the other day, all the bits of her, just her. And I thought we'd watch those and just get a feel for her in light of this new information, and also do some re-comments on her opinions surrounding Judge Everett and all of what happens with this motion stuff, because I think it's ridiculous what she's saying. Really, you know, the more you think about it, the more I'm like, what are you talking about?
I guess your reaction to hearing what Tim just laid out, because if true, it's a very serious allegation. I mean, and we're certainly not saying that we have definitive proof or even any proof of this, but this is again coming up incidentally in this motion. But I mean, how serious or not serious an issue is it if a lawyer potentially is bringing a phone in to a jail and allowing their client to make calls on that sort of in a private manner?
It's extremely serious. It's a crime. Any lawyer who would do that would be arrested. If there was proof, they'd be convicted. They would not.
It sounds like you're talking about yourself, Jessica.
Never be a lawyer again. It's an extremely serious allegation. It's a story for another time, but it's something I've been accused of myself.
I think you've been accused of a little bit more than that. Sneaking a phone into the jail. In your case, Jessica, it was you that was the contraband, not the phone.
And of course it was not true, but of course it was extremely salacious and, really a big deal. Other lawyers have been.
You see, I didn't even catch that yesterday. She calls it salacious, and I guess it was a big deal. A Broward County Sheriff's deputy, claims to have seen you bent over a table with your skirt hiked up and the murder inmate behind you appearing to have sex. I mean, I guess you'd call that salacious, but, I'm English, so what do I know?
This bar for the same that I'm aware of, that I've seen. It's extremely serious. What's happening here is the defense is saying that because this judge saw this, and I think the defense is 100% right. And if I was the defense attorney, I would be fighting.
She's got this real thing because she chooses to represent herself and perhaps is a real life defense attorney, that she will only be looking at the argument from that point of view. And it's that kind of inability to step back and see a global picture that she is trying to apply to Judge Everett. Saying that he won't be able to hear it another way. That's what she's doing. She's unable to see it another way. She just thinks, I'm a defense attorney, so I've got to be a defense attorney, and I've got to think about this from the defense. The defense is right. Well, you would say that.
Like hell for this. This judge saw a serious accusation from the state that these lawyers are committing crimes in favor of their client, right? That it is going to the level where they're helping their client use a phone, which, by the way, when you use a phone from jail, like Tim said, that's how escapes happen. I mean, you could arrange the murder of somebody, right? People have gotten phones in jails and used that phone to arrange hits on other people. This is extremely serious. For them to be involved in that and for the judge presiding over the case to know that, right? And to...
Exactly, right? There's other easier ways to get a phone in jail. Say if you identify a guard that can be persuaded for a cash benefit and he brings in a phone, once he's handed it over, there's nothing, if it's done correctly, there's nothing to say who brought it in. It just now exists in the prison or the jail.
See that in a legal document. He is going to give it validity, and he is not going to be fair to her and her team.
And Katie McBanower, I know that this wouldn't apply so well to Donna because she has that thick New York accent. But Katie McBanower was using other... I'm not exactly sure how it works, but on the phone, on another inmate's card or whatever, pretending like making a phone call, but somehow registering that phone call as another inmate. I guess when you make a phone call from jail, that you have to enter your ID or something like that, and then that recorded phone call is registered to your inmate record, right? So Catherine McBanower was making phone calls on another inmate's record, so whatever she was communicating, wouldn't be so easy to connect with her. Obviously, they did manage it, but there's plenty of ways to get a phone or make a call that's undetected that don't involve your attorney risking their entire career, representation, prison time, and all the rest of it, losing their bar license. I still, I slept on it. I still can't find the thing. Apart from, and I know all you guys, you're going to say, oh, Jackie Fulford's so crooked. Jackie Fulford's so corrupt, and she got in trouble before, and she's dishonest, and she does this kind of thing. Yeah, I accept all of that. You know, I accept all of that. But with something like this, where it's so unclear, at least from the outside, what the benefit would be to taking the risk. You know, sometimes there's a risk reward weighing up, isn't there? If the reward is not much and can be handled a safer way, what's the point in taking the risk? You know, I haven't seen anything necessarily on Jackie's record that suggests that she's stupid or reckless. Both archetypes she would need to be to do this without a good benefit, and I can't find that benefit. Anything that's different, like, than simply if the goal is to get a message from Donna to Harvey that's not through the mail because that's monitored, or not through the standard jail calls which are monitored. If she needs to communicate a message off the record, there is a clear way for her to do that through her attorney verbally, without telephonic, trackable, traceable, communication recorded, time-stamped evidence trail. And even if the attorneys did bring a phone in, why bring their own phone with a number that's registered to them? What does it cost for a flip phone? $30? If you're going to take that kind of risk, and you absolutely have made the decision that you need to get a phone to Donna Adelson to call, I still don't get why. But say that there is that reason, why use your own phone when you could just have a flip phone that's not connected with you? I'm not saying that this didn't happen. I'm not arguing against the fact, but I am not ready to jump on it because that feels like mob mentality. This case, anytime something exciting like that pops on, people love it and they jump straight on it without, perhaps without asking those questions. And I want to know the answers to those questions before I commit. You know what I mean? What are the answers?
Because he doesn't respect her lawyers any longer, right? So the reason that it's in here is not because they're admitting that it's true. They have to put it in here to properly defend their client and say, hey, wait a second, this judge saw this. This judge does not belong on this case anymore. And I think it's pretty clear they're right. I said it before and I agree with Tim, and I'll say it again. He should be.
I said it before and I'll say it again. She's got all of these things that she says like that. I've said it before and I'll say it again. I'm not convinced this person has anything to say that's valuable. I don't feel that. I don't feel her opinion is worth anything. And it's those kinds of sentences. I've said it before and I'll say it again. There are more coming. That are just, they're not stylish forms of presentation. Any public speaker that's any good will tell you that. Stay away from that kind of conversation fodder, because that's what it is. It's fodder. I've said it before and I'll say it again. In her mind, she's reinforcing a point. Well, you could do that if you have good information. You don't need to embellish if what you're saying is going to have value.
Recused. From a criminal defense attorney, this is so outrageous what's going on here. So I know everybody's trying to wrap their head around this and look at these accusations, but this is not about whether the defense attorney has committed crimes. I know that's the more sexy.
So this is not about whether the defense attorneys have committed crimes. Well, not within these motions, but I don't think if they have committed crimes that will be forgotten easily. They'll face the Florida bar like you did, Jessica, with your reprimands.
See, aspect of this, but this is not about that. This is about the defendant's rights. The defendant.
So this is about the defendant's right. Okay, so what is the defendant's right? She has the right to a fair trial. Well, you can have that, and nothing about this has affected it. You're the one, Donna, not playing fair, and I mean, this is about the defendant's right. Right to what? Right to early release because she can't sleep? Please. Right to a diet that's not so carb heavy? I mean, what are we talking about here? Her right to what? The only right that matters is that she has a fair trial. And she can do that without moving the venue. She can do that with this judge and with this prosecution team, and she can do it on August 19th. So, we good? We're good.
Should never be in a situation where the judge knows more about her case than her lawyers do.
She should never be in a situation where the judge knows more about her case than her lawyers do. Well, that's on her lawyers. This thing about the judge isn't allowed to know certain things, it's not true. It's not true. When the jury are called, they're called in for jury selection, and we see it all the time. Have you heard about this case? Yes. Have you formed an opinion about this case? Yes. What is that opinion? I think he's guilty. Okay. Do you think that you are capable of putting that opinion aside and basing your decision only on the information that you see in the courtroom? Yes, I think I can do that. Okay, you're on. So you're telling me that the standard of impartiality can apply like that to a member of the jury, a layman, a layperson with no legal training, possibly. That standard's okay for a jury member, Joe Public, but the judge, the administrative judge of Leon County, can't put the toothpaste back in the tube, as you love to say. I mean, get real. Get real. That's the whole thing. And how many of all the trials that happen, what is the percentage? What is the percentage? All criminal trials, it's the state, whatever state it is. Let's just focus in Florida. The state of Florida will accuse a defendant of breaking the law. And there will be a trial, and the jury, at the end of the trial, if it's a jury trial, will deliberate and say, yes, we think that defendant is guilty, or no, we don't think that defendant is guilty. What is the percentage of all Florida trials where the jury come back and say, no, we think that defendant was not guilty? It's the minority, obviously, right? The fact that the state is bringing a charge based on pure probability means that it's probably true. Just on probability, numbers, right? I know that that's not how the courts are supposed to think of it, But ultimately, just on the numbers, and the reason for that is because of the state attorney's office has a responsibility and a reputation, as far as the public is concerned, to protect and be trusted by the public. If the state attorney's office was just going around charging people, and it was 50-50, how many of their accusations against the defendant, any defendant, if it were 50-50, well, yeah, we get it right about half the time. Or less. Like, yeah, we charge a lot of people with criminal acts, but, most of them we get wrong and we have to let them go. I mean, if that were the case, the public would totally lose faith and trust in the state attorney's office, right? In law enforcement in general, and there would be an uprising. So that can't happen. So the state has a responsibility to, pretty much get it right most of the time, have maintained their credibility to the public. So my point is that just the very fact that charges have been brought could be said to contain some bias. Judge Everett sits on many cases, I'm sure, and most of them, the state got it right. That's just the numbers, right? So the fact that the state has brought charges shows it could be looked at as an indication of guilt.
Right? The state took serious matters that are very, very sexy and interesting to the world, to this judge, and brought it.
Not as interesting and sexy as your matters, Jessica, right? What happened in Broward County Jail with Mr. Granda, Israel Granda? What happened? You were bent over, skirt hiked up, and he was behind you, apparently engaged in sexual intercourse. And you got a 10-day suspension. Well, good for you. I mean, how does that get confusing? I mean, where is that sheriff's deputy? Because I want to speak with him. What did you see? Where's Israel Granda? Let's look him up. What's he up to now? Did he get convicted? Oh, Israel Granda recommended death sentence. 8 out of 10 jurors. This is the Miami Lakes love triangle murder. I think I heard of that. Let's have a look at this, guys. This is the guy that's mentioned in the complaint that she was accused of having sex with while representing him in a murder trial. I think it was attempted murder, but we'll come back to that. In the interview room at Broward County detention center or what? I don't remember. Oh, I need to put the audio on. Hang on. Do we not have audio? Did we have audio on there? Somebody let me know in chat. Because every time I add a new video source, yeah, someone let us know quickly if there was audio on the video, on that news reporter. Anybody? Hello? Anybody in chat? No audio, okay, thank you. So how do we do that? We need to go right over here, control audio. That should be it.
Well, a love triangle turned deadly. A man from inside a jail, inside the jail, ordered his girlfriend's new partner to be killed. Now that man could be sentenced to death after jurors found him guilty of murder a few weeks ago. NBC6 reporter Christian Colon brought us that trial and joins us with the breakdown of the penalty phase that began today.
42-year-old Jose Soto was shot to death in 2012. Soto had a target on his back for dating Israel Grandez's girlfriend while Granda was in jail.
She continued this relationship with Soto, and this made Israel mad. It made him depressed.
Miami-Dade jurors found...
Did you see his hair? Look at that. That is one clean line. It's like a mold.
It made him depressed.
Miami-Dade jurors found Granda guilty for Soto's death. His co-defendant, Jonathan Rico, who police labeled the shooter, was only found guilty of conspiracy. Rico avoided this penalty phase when jurors acquitted him of first-degree murder.
Ladies and gentlemen, you found this defendant, Israel Granda, guilty of first-degree murder. And that's why we're here now. Now it's about life or death.
With a change in law, prosecutors just need to convince 8 out of 12 jurors to recommend death. Defense attorneys will ask for mercy by highlighting Granda's dysfunctional family and childhood filled with trauma and abuse.
A person who is sentenced to life without parole will never, ever be released again. That person will die in prison. So don't think there's going to be any probation or good time or anything like that.
Man, you know, having your own lawyer up there saying, okay, you found him guilty, so now it's just the choice between definitely life in prison, no parole, no time off for good behavior, no, none of that. He will die in prison, and please, 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 can we have that? There's something just like, how do you get to that point? Well, I guess you commit a capital crime, like murder. Yeah. Try to avoid that, everybody in chat. Don't kill people. You know, if for nothing else. I mean, maybe some people deserve it, but you know, you'll have a rough one then.
And Granda was already sentenced to life in prison on another case. However, jurors will still need to recommend whether life in prison or the death penalty for this murder case. Trial continues tomorrow. In Miami, Christian Colon, NBC6 News.
Christian Colon. Hello, Christian Colon.
A South Florida woman is taking legal action after she says she spent nearly 2 weeks in mental health institutions for no legitimate.
So that was the guy. We didn't really see much of him. We did just see his hair, though. I was impressed.
To the judge without her or her lawyers ever knowing about it, right? In an ex parte communication to try to get a warrant. Now, ex parte communication.
Yeah, I don't want to belabor the point and go over this again, so I'm just going to mention it once. The ex parte communication was completely appropriate. Why was it completely appropriate? Because it wasn't something that in and of itself would cause unfair judgment that the defense would be entitled to be aware of. and have the opportunity to defend against. Right? The ex parte communications was simply to obtain a warrant that would be able to find out if there was an issue. If the warrant is granted and the investigation proceeds and no issue is found, there is no issue. If the warrant is granted and the investigation proceeds and an issue is found, that's the point when it's brought up to both parties at a hearing that gives each side the opportunity to address the findings, right? That seems completely logical and appropriate. Aside from the fact that the warrant is to investigate the suspected actions of the defendant and her counsel. So informing them of what would have been a future investigation. They're trying to catch them out doing wrong, essentially. If you inform them that the state is going to try and catch them out, that negates the need for a warrant. They will stop doing that. They will stop. You won't catch them doing it because they'll know that the state is waiting to catch them. It's why, on a show such as STS, that's got a huge following and a lot of respect in the community, why is that question not being discussed? For me, that's the biggest question. Well, it's not really a question, it's an observation, but it should be discussed with these people that are on the show that, are from the learned portions of the community that can tell us the details, supposedly. I mean, I don't know if Jessica's one of those or not. She doesn't fill me with... I don't sit here and feel like I'm listening to someone who really is going to give me information. You know what I mean?
Are allowed in such narrow circumstances and only when they're absolutely necessary. But they do often lead to judges recusing themselves voluntarily, because once a judge finds something out ex parte, that judge should know for themselves.
Yeah, well, you said usually, which means sometimes they don't. And I'm not confident that when you use the word usually, you're talking about a majority. You're being selective, and that's clear. You have this agenda, but I don't know why. Why do you have an agenda, Jessica? Because you're a defense lawyer and you feel the need to argue on behalf of all defense lawyers? You're going to call the state dirty? Say that they're not playing a clean game? The state doesn't need to play. I agree that sometimes the state doesn't play a clean game. We've seen examples of that. But not in this case. Judge, we're talking about this case. We're talking about Georgia Kappelman, Sarah Dugan, Judge Everett, Jackie Fulford, and Joshua Zellman. And Donna. That's the subject we're talking about, Jessica. So,
I feel the judge should have recused himself without ever getting a motion.
Yeah, and Jessica, just define for those of us.
Okay, so now you think that the judge should recuse himself without even being asked to do so. Why would he do that? Does anyone have information, by the way? Way back, when Charlie had his Arthur hearing to see if he could apply for bond to be granted on his non-bondable offense, his non-bondable charge, it was still Judge Wheeler that was sitting on the case and hearing that Arthur hearing. I think that was in, I think it was just after Katie's trial. So maybe June, July in 2022. I might be completely wrong on that. Don't quote me. But it was still Judge Wheeler sitting on that case. And when I heard that Judge Wheeler was off the case and they were bringing in a new judge to sit on Charlie Adelson's trial, I started freaking out. I was like, oh my God, the Adelsons have paid someone off and now we're going to get a crooked judge. And But thankfully, we got Judge Everett, who is just amazing. Yeah, please do like the video if you think Judge Everett is amazing, an amazing judge, and just an all-round nice guy.
Fuck up, where the fuck you fucking with me?
Ooh, thank you so much, Amy, for the 20 coffees. Well. Thank you, Amy, for the coffees on buymeacoffee.com. That is, as you all know, a fantastic way to support the channel. Especially in this heat, we'll be able to buy a sack of ice. Thank you, Amy, for supporting the channel. Yeah, and please do like the video if you think Judge Everett is just a great judge and an all-round nice guy. Yeah, but I was freaking out at that point. But, you know, he's totally great. He's totally great in every way. He's the best judge I've ever seen. Can't think of one I like better. You know, there's some great ones in Wisconsin too. There's some good ones in South Carolina. Or is it North Carolina? What am I thinking of? Who was the judge in the... No, it was North Carolina. Yeah, it was in near... I think it was in Raleigh. It was one of the Carolinas. I can't remember. What were we saying? I forgot what we were saying. Let's play the video.
And attorneys, what does ex parte mean in layman's terms?
It's a communication between the judge and one party, right? So the ultimate job of the judge is to not take one side over the other, right? The judge has to be neutral. That's the entire...
I think a better way to describe it is, I mean, I know it's the same, but a better way to describe it is a communication with the judge without one of the parties, ex parte, you know, excluded, exo. I mean, that's the to be without, right?
Role. The judge must be neutral. Now, when a judge has a...
She'd be describing something like solo parte.
Ex parte communication. Again, they are allowed, but in very, very rare circumstances when they're necessary. Here in a case like this, where Donna Adelson being accused of murder, right? It's that serious. And when there's been as much drama as there's been for 10 years, and the judge now is reading something that says her lawyers are committing crimes, sneaking a phone into a jail, allowing her to use it and allowing her to make calls where she witnessed it, where she tampers with witnesses, right? And any one of those things alone are serious enough. For the judge to be given that information, that's enough for him to recuse himself. That's enough. She doesn't know that. Her lawyers don't know that. There's no opportunity for them to defend it in any way because they don't know about it. And it's very hard for me to believe that any human being, I'm not saying there's anything wrong with this judge. I feel any human being is sort of changed by everything they hear. You can't.
Any human being is changed by anything they hear. Yeah, okay. I mean, I don't think so. I think some people are more susceptible to information and accusations than others. I think some people are very capable of maintaining neutrality in their opinions. I think some people will hear an accusation and believe it, and others would need proof to allow themselves to be affected. You know, that it's a spectrum. She's putting all people under one umbrella of, if I hear something, I'm instantly affected, and that undermines my entire training, experience, and history of being a judge and a lawyer before that. You know, all of that's gone out of the window because I can't put the toothpaste back in the tube. What is this person talking about?
A bell, right? We say that in court all the time. You cannot unring a bell. And this bell has rung in his ear. And what I think he's sitting at home and thinking is, oh my God, I can't believe these lawyers did this. Oh my gosh, right? It's so exciting.
I don't believe that at all. I do not think that Georgia Kappelman going to Judge Everett and saying, Judge, we have reason to believe because of this and this, that there's an overlapping call between Harvey Adelson's number and the defense counsel's number at the same time as they were visiting Donna Adelson. We want to make an application for warrant to put wiretaps on Harvey Adelson's phone so that we can see if that is going on and what is being said if it is going on. I don't think Judge Everett is sitting at home at his breakfast table thinking, oh my God, I can't believe these lawyers did this. You know, he's just not that kind of guy. And she would know that if she gave a shit about Judge Everett, which she clearly doesn't.
I mean, is he angry? Do you get upset about this? Because
oh, thank you so much, Christine, for the super sticker. That's very nice of you, Christine.
Basically, I mean, to a degree, kind of.
Maybe we should put a goal on the channel. I always forget to put the goal on the channel, but on the chat room. But we'll just wrap up this this little portion of the video. I just wanted to go over Jessica's statements again and re-examine them because they're so out of order. I find out of order, out of context, and I just don't buy anything that she's saying at all. And then we're going to go to the meat and bones of tonight's video, which is part 10. We're at part 10 already, double figures, guys, of the Charlie Adelson rewatch. We've got, who's the first witness? Mr. McLevine, the guy who did the audio enhancement for the Dolce Vita recordings. Actually, you know what we'll do just before then? I've got a nice little video of Georgia Kappelman that I don't know if is on YouTube as much. It's on another website, but I'm sure a lot of people have seen it before. But I hadn't seen it for a while because it's not so easily accessible. So we'll watch that as well before we move on to Charlie's trial. Look forward to that, guys.
Calling him out, right? That he had this privilege and information, I guess. Which I guess was not really in his control. He was getting it from the state, but is this something that would anger him, I guess, is my question.
Well, they're calling him out to the Court of Appeals, right? Because like Josh was saying before, it first goes to the presiding judge to make the decision himself. I mean, first of all, he could have recused himself without ever receiving a motion. If a judge is ever in a position where they feel that they should recuse themselves, they go ahead and do it. They don't need a motion. So that's one. Then step two was he received the motion, and the motion let him know.
Only if they feel the need to do so. Only if they feel that some risk is apparent where there could be an accusation of a miscarriage of justice and it would affect the administration of justice. Only then would a judge recuse themselves. Judges aren't in the habit of being pushed around by anybody, okay? It is an insanely powerful position, more so than politicians, more so than cops, more so than the top cops, right? Judges are insanely powerful. They're not in the habit of being pushed around on some bullshit technicality. Don't get me wrong, there's times for judges to recuse themselves that are completely appropriate. But those are appropriate. You know, I've seen a judge recuse themselves because they were the second cousin of the defendant. You know, stuff like that. That's you know, I don't think they'd even ever met, but there was some blood connection or a marriage connection where it was like, okay, there is a familial connection with the judge and the defendant, so I'm going to recuse. See you later. Someone else can handle it. entirely appropriate and with cause. This doesn't have any cause. And maybe, I'm not saying Judge Everett won't recuse himself. I don't know. I'm just saying that based on what we've heard so far, I would be very surprised if he did.
We think you need to recuse yourself for these reasons, and laid it out to him. And he decided, no, I'm not going to. In the business, I don't know if these guys will agree with me, but we usually say, like, if you file a motion and there's grounds, the judge really, the best thing for them to do is just recuse themselves so that it doesn't go to a court of appeals. If they recuse themselves, they've done nothing wrong. That doesn't mean they've done.
What do you mean it doesn't go to a court of appeals? Donna's got an appellate lawyer, an appellate attorney on the clock, and has done probably since her arrest, right? Specifically not involved with her criminal case, but they're monitoring every single tiny little basis for an appeal. Not just this, right? It's not like this happened and Donna went and got an appellate lawyer. The appellate lawyer has been present, taking notes, watching out for issues, knowing how to handle those issues, keeping a record, prepping the appeal. It will probably be one of the biggest appeals, well, I don't know about ever, but, large. I was very surprised that Charlie's appeal was so, not really, what is the word? I don't know what the word is. Voluminous. Not very voluminous at all. Not many. I think I could have invented a few more issues to add to it. It's taken them a year and a half. I mean, but Donna's going to appeal. It's not like we sort this issue out and that means that there's not going to be an appeal. You get real.
They're not admitting to wrongdoing, and in fact, it's not his fault. They submitted a motion to him, right? It's the state's fault. It's the state's fault for what they did. So he's done nothing wrong, and he could have just walked away, right? He could have just walked away from the case, but he didn't. So they are calling him out to the Court of Appeals and saying he didn't do the right thing. He doesn't belong on this case anymore.
Yeah.
Well, thank you for your.
Well, they would say that. And why are they saying that? As I said yesterday, they're saying that because either outcome, right? The defense is saying they want to be heard en banc by all the judges in Leon County, all the circuit judges, all 16 of them. We want this decision to be reheard by all of the judges. And we want those judges to agree with our opinion, our request, our motion to say that Judge Everett needs to be off the case. So say that is not granted. It's either not heard by the en banc, or it's not reheard at all, or it is heard and it's not, that Judge Everett is not removed and he will continue to sit on the case. That situation is better than where Donna currently sits because it gives her more ammunition for the appeal post-conviction. Now, let's say that either Judge Everett recuses himself autonomously, or or it's heard by an en banc and that panel says, Judge Everett, you really should go. That's better that's a better position for the defense to be in than where they are currently, because it reshuffles the playing board, right? If you've got a losing hand, shuffle the cards. Try again. It's like suck it and see. That's one for you, Jessica. Yeah. It's just like, okay, we don't like the look of how things are, so let's just change the playing field as much as we possibly can. New judge, new venue, new prosecutor, so on and so on. So what the defense have done is put themselves in a position where they're requesting something, and whether that is granted ultimately or refused denied, either outcome is better than where they are currently. On that level, it's quite clever.
Kind words, and
Yeah.
they love to hate me, right? But haters get
Desperate, but clever. Oh, this is another thing she says here. How strong are this lady's cheekbones? I couldn't smile like she does for that long. She's about to say, haters gonna hate, and I just win, 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 win. And a few other things.
and I just win, win, win. And I mean win, right? So these same people will call me if they're ever in trouble.
Yeah. That's
So
I wouldn't. I would be absolutely beside myself if I got you to represent me, luck of the draw from the PD's office. You know, I would not be happy. I would have to, you know, petition the court and say that there are irreconcilable differences or something. I want you off my case. We would not get along. I'm sorry, Jessica. You know, I don't. I'm just being honest about how I feel. Not saying anything about you. I'm talking about how I feel, and that is how I feel.
I wanted to say something about what Tim said before I answered your question. So he was talking about the situation. And so the last time I was on this show, we were talking about Rashbaum withdrawing, right? Or, and the comments that the judge had made about Rashbaum and his order, and things like that. And so something important to note here is that this would bring up a conflict between Donna and her lawyers. And that's something also that I think the legal minds here are thinking about too, which is that if any of this were true, then these lawyers become her co-defendants in another criminal prosecution. And these are no longer her lawyers, right? And this also would not be the first time that if a lawyer is accused of a crime and doing so with the defendant, and which is their client, the lawyer can flip on their client. Right. And they will do so. They'd rather lose their bar card for that than go to jail.
Wow.
As well as the defendant can flip on their lawyer.
Let's just hear that again. I want to hear more about this conflict.
Lawyer is accused of a crime and doing so with the defendant, and which is their client, the lawyer can flip on their client.
Oh, right? Hang on. Let's go back.
And so something important to note here is that this would bring up a conflict between Donna and her lawyers. And that's...
So a conflict between Donna and her lawyers. Okay. Tell us more, Jessica.
Something also that I think the legal minds here are thinking about too, which is that if any of this were true, then these lawyers become her co-defendants in another criminal prosecution. And these are no longer her lawyers. Right.
Not necessarily. I mean, if Donna's convicted of murder and sentenced to life without parole, are they going to charge her with this? Would they bother? I mean, I think it happens often enough where, you know, what are they going to do? Give her more time? You know, they might just say, well, okay, we're not going to bother with your charges, Donna, but we are going to charge your defense attorneys. So they wouldn't necessarily be co-defendants. Perhaps they would. I don't know.
Right. As also would not be the first time that if a lawyer is accused of a crime and doing so with the defendant, and which is their client, the lawyer can flip on their client, right? And they will do so. They'd rather...
So if the lawyer is accused of a crime, the lawyer can flip on their client. All right, but the crime that would be being accused, that they would be accused of, is bringing a cell phone into an interview room for Donna to use to contact Harvey Adelson. What would they be flipping? Does she mean flipping on Donna and saying, like, you know, going against attorney-client privilege and coming out and saying, listen, she told me that she did plan and pay for the murder of Professor Markel. She told me that. I have notes of everything that she said about the Markel case, and I will submit those to the court. So the lawyer would then lose their bar card, but do a deal with the state that they lose their bar card for, what is the word? Betraying attorney-client privilege, but on paper, that's why they've lost their bar card, not doing a shady thing like bringing a phone in to speak. Is that what she means by flip? I mean, it's kind of interesting. Ultimately, you're losing your career either way, and I suppose there's somewhat less disgrace professionally and personally for flipping on your client and betraying attorney-client privilege. There's probably less disgrace doing that than there would be losing your bar card for a shady act like bringing in a cell phone so that your defendant can speak with another co-conspirator, unindicted co-conspirator. I suppose so. Not much. I don't think either options are great, are they?
Lose their bar card for that, then go to jail.
Is that what she's saying, though? I'm just going to put it back again. So I think what she means by flip, just to recap, is, okay, so the state finds that the attorneys have brought in a phone. They arrest them or charge them or whatever that looks like, and the defense counsel then do a deal with the state and say, listen, don't charge us with that crime, and we'll tell you everything we know about Donna's case. Is that what she's saying here? Or is she talking about flip on Donna about the cell phone? Because I don't see how that would work.
And which is their client, the lawyer can flip on their client, right? And they will do so. They'd rather lose their bar card for that than go to jail. As well as the defendant can flip on their lawyer, less common, but also happens. So this is bringing up so many legal issues, and that's why I was saying, and I think Tim agrees with me, that it just...
I'm sorry, I need to play that one more time because I had a dog emergency.
But also their bar card for that, then go to jail. As well as the defendant can flip on their lawyer, less common, but also...
Okay, so there would be the advantage of not going to jail. I guess that's helpful. I don't even know if a custodial sentence would be a prerequisite of the charge, though. I mean, I think certainly you'd lose your bar card, right? But just for bringing in a cell phone to the jail, I mean, you might get a month, 3 months maybe. I mean, if you can't do 3 months in jail, you know, grow up.
Also happens. So this is bringing up so many legal issues, and that's why I was saying, and I think Tim agrees with me, that it just would have been the easier thing for the judge to just recuse himself. It's bringing in so many issues. And when you look at the people who are commenting sort of against me, and I might have like a bad vibe, this is a reality vibe, right? They're doing the defense favors when the state acts like this, right? Because what are they doing? I think the general kind of opinion we've had on this show many times with a lot of attorneys is that Donna Adelson is probably not going to win, right? She's going to be found guilty. And what are they doing? They're setting up all the appeals she needs by having all these different legal issues.
Is that news? I mean, God. Yeah, we know, lady. Everyone's been saying that for months. I mean, that's what Charlie was doing. I mean, it's pretty standard.
Play when it really could have just been clean and they could have won anyway. Yeah. Right? So I think that's where we're at.
Exactly. There is no need. There is no need for the for the prosecution to do any like sneaking around backdoor. This whole thing about ex parte communications. I think there's something about how it sounds, where it sounds juicy and people jump all over it, right? Oh, there were ex parte communications, secret conversations that the defense didn't know about, and that makes it seem like the prosecution was doing something under the table, Jessica, or on the table in your case. That the prosecution was doing something under the table, underhanded, secretive, clandestine, you know, all the rest of it. And it's just not the fucking case. My prediction, business as usual. Everything proceeds as is. There probably will be a response to this before June 13th, that is the date, isn't it, when the next in-court hearing is? That's like 2.5 hours long. They've got booked out to discuss change of venue, primarily, I believe. That's the plan, anyway. I'm sure this will come up. It's going to be a good one, isn't it? What is that? 2 weeks away, or is it two? No. Hang on. What day of the week is the 13th of June? Is that what it... Amy, if you're still there, is the next hearing... June 13th is a Friday. Okay. Good.
Very low. Tim has seen it once. I've seen it never. So it's... it's just right around that year's difference, I've seen it never in real life. I've seen it in the movies. I've seen it on TV. I've seen it never in real life. So it's hard to believe that there would be a venue change. You have a judge who doesn't even want to recuse himself. Never mind, take this into a different venue. I agree from what I've seen, though I've not practiced.
Yeah, when you put it like that, it's like the defense, this is what the defense is doing. They're saying, right, we want a change of venue. And a new judge. And we want to be heard by the en banc panel. We want to change the prosecutors, and also, while we're at it, just drop all the charges against my client. That'd be great. And I want a magic fingers Thai foot massage. Well, from the judge, from Judge Everett. God, he's good with feet, right?
For him.
Judge Everett's the foot fucking master.
I think he's an excellent judge. And again, I'll say, I do not think the state is above board. I think this was strategic. I think this was a decision that the state made, but at this point, you can't unring the bell and nothing can be done. So the judge heard what he was going to hear. The judge is thinking this about Donna Adelson and her attorneys. And it's not so much about, with these motions, whether or not this judge can be fair, because how would anybody ever judge that? And
Spire JFK says, was that a German Shepherd? I love them. No. It was a Labrador. It was a chocolate Labrador. But I think she thinks she's a German Shepherd in her mind, right? In her mind, she's the biggest German Shepherd there is.
Whoever is going to come and point at one judge and say, you can't be impartial, but some other judge could. It's about whether Donna Adelson has a reasonable belief that he cannot be fair.
Yeah, this whole thing about, her argument makes no sense. She's essentially saying that Judge Everett heard this accusation from the state And now it's impossible, as it would be, as she says, for any human being to hear that information and not be affected by it. Okay, so let's say Judge Everett steps down and a new judge comes in. Part of that new judge getting up to speed with where the case lies is knowing everything that's happened thus far, right? Which would include the state's accusation. It's not a fucking guess who guessing game. It's not like bring in a new judge and don't tell him anything that's happened. You know, a judge is trained and sworn, which is the most important part of it, the most important element to it, to uphold the, you know, to be neutral, to listen and apply the law, right? Even after the jury has rendered a verdict, the judge, usually, well, certainly in Judge Everett's case, is just moving things along as is directed by the legislature. You know, he's not even one of those judges that gets to sentencing and really hits it out of the park, you know, like, this was the worst crime that I've ever seen before me. You are a danger to the public and blah, blah. You know, those judges that do that big thing at sentencing, he's not even like that. When he gave Charlie the life sentence, he was like, you are sentenced to serve life in the Department of Corrections. The bailiff will now take you to begin serving your sentence. It was that very clinical. Very clinical. Just moving numbers from one column into another column. Perfect judge.
And knowing what we know, right? I think it's pretty clear that she does have a reasonable fear that she's not going to receive a fair trial.
I don't even get this, right? I don't believe. I'm not trained. She is a member of the Florida bar. She's trained. I'm not trained. But what she's saying doesn't make sense to me. That if Donna Adelson has a reasonable fear that she will not receive a fair trial, that the court has to respond to that and recuse the judge or whatever, right? Jump through hoops because Donna has a reasonable fear. You know, you got to be careful of that word reasonable in law, but I believe it's more like this. Hey, Donna Adelson, you can have your reasonable fear, but we've checked everything at the court and we know that everything is fair and impartial and all the rest of it. Now, if you have an issue with that and you are convicted and then you want to go and appeal your conviction, you're free to do that. But we're not jumping through hoops because you claim you have a reasonable fear, because we've heard what you say is your reasonable fear, and we've looked at the evidence, and we've found that there's no reason for you to have a reasonable fear. So we're proceeding. It's not an element. I don't know why it would be an element that Donna's reasonable fear would matter for anything.
And Joel, with regard to
it's an appellate issue, you're free to take it up on appeal.
your question, a judge doesn't need any time at all to get ready for a trial. The judge is not supposed to know about the case before the trial and is not expected.
That's not true. That's not true. A judge, this is not, you know, when a jury's admonished or receives the admonition to say, do not research this case, do not read any articles about this case, do not visit any places that are mentioned in this case, do not look at any maps about this case, don't go on Facebook about this case, don't talk to each other or your family members or your friends or co-workers about this case. All that stuff, the judge isn't bound by that. Not in the same way at all. Let's read something about what it says about that on the Googles. Yes, a judge is allowed to listen to information about a case, but there are limitations. Judges must receive all information in a fair and impartial manner, ensuring that all parties involved have the opportunity to be present and respond to the information. This means judges cannot listen to information from one side of the case without the other side present, as this would be considered unfair. Well, as we know about the ex parte communications, while judges may receive information in a confidential manner, it's generally understood that this information must be disclosed to all parties involved in the case, except in very specific circumstances where it's necessary for the protection of a party. What, like getting a fucking warrant to listen to Harvey Adelson's phone because you suspect that the defense counsel is bringing a phone in for him to call Donna while they're there and they can talk off the record, like that kind of circumstances? Because that's what we're dealing with here. Uh-oh. Going back to the beginning. Shit.
Jessica.
Makes a decision sort of like willy-nilly or without thinking about it, or, oh, we judge to try this case.
Where were we?
And on the day of trial, that judge has 3 trials in front of them and sends them out to all random judges. And we go to a judge who's never heard about the case before. And it happens in murder cases. It happens in less serious cases. So there would be no problem for another judge to try this case. So I always agree with Tim because I think we're both diehard criminal defense lawyers. And I love that. But I would have to respectfully disagree here. And I think it's too big of an act to just be random or just be coincidence or just kind of have happened. I don't see how the prosecution on a case that is this high profile and has had this many issues and has this much attention makes a decision sort of like willy-nilly or without thinking about it, or, oh, we just brought it to this judge, we didn't really think about it, with this kind of information.
No, I don't think it was willy-nilly either. I think it was decided to be the appropriate course of action and within the bounds of the law entirely. You know, I am kind of a little annoyed at this lady because thousands of people watch the show, Joel's show, and thousands of people have heard her talk this garbage. And it's misinformation.
Kind of information is extremely prejudicial. You don't bring it to this judge. It is really a no-brainer to look at this information and to say that the judge who's trying this case should not have been privy to this information, in particular where it's...
It's not prejudicial. How the fuck is it prejudicial? There isn't any information. There is a simple request to go and get information. There's mention of a suspicion, which is the reason and cause for the warrant application. You know, you have to say why you want a warrant application. There's no prejudicial information. If they'd have gone to the judge ex parte and said, hey, you know, we did the wiretap on Harvey's phone and we found this conversation happening, and played it to the judge and did that ex parte, that would be bad news, right? If they went to the judge and played, if Georgia Kappelman went to Judge Everett and played a recording of Donna having an off-the-record conversation with Harvey about how to pay a witness to say some shit in court, and they did that without the defense counsel present or aware, that would be bad news, right? But that didn't happen. And she's acting like that's what's happened. Jessica is acting like that's what's happened. You see the difference? All that's happened is Georgia Kaufman has gone to Judge Everett and said, Judge, we want a warrant so that we can go and get information because of this suspicion. There's no assertion made in that communication. There's no prejudicial information that's being provided to the judge. There's a simple request to go and get information. That's all.
Okay. That is a huge aspect of it, in particular, where it's not just emotion, right? The judges expect the lawyers to fight, and they expect the lawyers to come in with different motions, and that's a fair fight. And that's what our justice system expects of us, right? But an ex parte communication, for him to find this out where the defense is not present to have a say, and where the defense doesn't even know that the state knows this information, right? I think the state had to have known what they were doing. And if they had to have known, then you have to think of, well, why did they do it? And what we're seeing right here proves it, right? Because what we're seeing is that while it's highly prejudicial, the judge refused to recuse himself, and the Court of Appeals already agreed with him. So they won in their strategy. Their strategy was to prejudice the judge against the attorneys on the other side and against the defendant, and they have succeeded, period. These are very hard to get granted. You know, I've filed a bunch of motions to recuse in my time. It's not common for them to get granted. This has already gone to the Court of Appeals. They've already denied the writ, right? And now we're asking for a rehearing. Rehearings are very hard to get granted. Rehearings are basically you're asking for the same thing and pointing out respectfully that you believe the court made a mistake. How often does the court say, oh yeah, I made a mistake. Here you go. We're changing our mind. But I think that, you know, one important distinction is that there's some new information here, right, that we haven't seen before that is under seal. And I think legally it's very persuasive. Listen, I don't want to argue on behalf of Donna Adelson, right? I'm happy I'm not her lawyer, but I have to call it as I see it. And the way...
Yeah, don't worry. I don't think she'd hire you.
that I see it, what happened should not have happened. And there is certainly a reasonable fear from Donna Adelson that she will not get a fair trial from this judge. It's not because the judge is not capable of giving her a fair trial, but she has that reasonable fear, and she should.
Okay, so Donna has a reasonable fear, but that's not because the judge is not capable of giving her a fair trial. What? Does anyone else have a major problem with how this Jessica lady takes us through this? In what world does what she just said make any sense?
Get a new judge. I think the motion is very persuasive.
But this would be the. So I'm confused because
you're not going to get me on that.
What was that?
She has that reasonable fear, and she should get a new judge. I think the motion is very persuasive.
But this would be the. So I'm confused because
you're not going to get me on that.
Jessica, go for it. Just answer.
It's not for me. Oh, they think the state are above board. No, the state are not above board. The state.
Oh dear.
State are not above board.
The state are not above board.
Ever. And I think that what Tim, no offense.
Prosecutor of the year.
No offense, prosecutor of the year, right? But I think what Tim was
Look how
saying,
innocent Josh is. How could you say that?
in terms of the prosecution just should have gone to another judge with this. I mean, I think that that's the most obvious thing. And so the fact that they didn't is not a mistake, right? We're not dealing.
Yeah, if the prosecution had gone to another judge, Donna's lawyers would be up here saying, "Ooh, look, they went to another judge to try and do something without Judge Everett's knowledge. That's shady. That's a shady thing. They're trying to pull the wool over Judge Everett's eyes. Those fucking prosecutors. That's shady." You know, anything that they do, they're going to complain about. Why? Because they want to fucking get all they can for appeal. Duh.
This is too serious, and this case is too high profile and too public for this to be a mistake. This was a strategy, right? This is the state.
This was a strategy by the state, she's saying here, right? And she's saying it in this way, like, aha, I know, because I know how the state is always corrupt and blah, 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 blah. It's like, this was a strategy. They knew this case is too public. This case is too well known. This is a strategy. Okay, enlighten us, Jessica. Tell us what the state's strategy was here. Go. Oh, we've only got 14 seconds left? Okay.
It's strategy, and the state got away with it. And the state
a strategy. You're not telling us what it is. The state got away with it?
Got away with it when the judge didn't read it and say, what? I'm recusing myself. How dare you? Right? No matter what the cost.
What cost? This is a $30 million plus case. Probably quite a bit higher than that. I'm thinking in terms of what cases cost a while ago. Of course, everything's gone up. I mean, what is the cost? I mean, it's very difficult, especially for me, who knows nothing, to put a number on that and say, I think it cost this much. But I would not be. I think $30 million would be conservative. That's my best guess. Just from following the case, that's all I do, right? I mean, you know, when I think about it, it's way over $30 million. So why are you talking about a negligible cost of bringing on a new judge? What would that cost? Not much. Not much. Fucking chicken change compared to the global cost of pursuing justice for the Markells, right? Chicken change. Like the James Brown song. Anyway, what did we say we were going to do? We said we were going to have a look at Georgia Kappelman's video, didn't we? Which one is it now? Because the reason here it is. Here it is. So this is just after Charlie Adelson was arrested. What? Oh, fuck. Hang on. How do we go back? Give me a second here, guys. Let's try it again. Let's try it again. Pause. And now. Error rendering player. Well, why? Well, that's not working. Let me see if I can find another version. So, Assistant State Attorney holds press conference after Charlie arrest. Let's try that. Yeah, I see. I don't think it is on YouTube. Strangely. Well, we might have to skip it, unfortunately. See if I can download it. Well, no, doesn't look like I can do it here. It's just a 4-minute video. It's nice to see Georgia in a different outfit. So we'll proceed with Charlie Adelson's trial. Rewatch, part 10.
I understand what you're telling me. Do you wish to...
How can you want him to recuse himself? He's so comfortable.
Look at it now while there's some time.
Well, I mean, it would take 40 some odd minutes to look at it.
It's Campbellman. Can you play for him, I guess, at least the parts that were previously at issue?
It's the whole thing.
Well, not the whole thing, but the parts that were, I guess, otherwise had the ellipses or the parentheticals. I believe this morning Ms. Myers indicated the portions that did not actually match the transcript, that had either the parentheticals or the ellipses, were still at issue. Are you still raising that at this point now?
I'm sure they corrected it, but it's the entire transcript has ellipses, and now it's going to say unintelligible. I'm just telling you we haven't seen it. I can. You understand?
I understand what you're telling me. I didn't want to take away your break, but this would have been a good time to watch the video if you had concerns about the video.
It wasn't.
Shit, sorry about the mute button. Sandra says, I pulled up the video, try Googling the video again using the title. Well, it does play for me in a browser, but when I put it in the streaming software...
Fucking A, bro. I'm gonna fucking fuck up whoever the fuck is fucking with me.
Who was that? Mary Bartlett, thank you so much for the coffee, Mary. Well done. Well done, Mary. On buymeacoffee.com/True Crime Metrix. Yeah, Sandra... Tallahassee Democrat. Maybe that will have it. I think, yeah, this is a better version. Let's try that. Daniel Rashbaum, you'll have to wait a moment. We're busy with a real attorney. A better attorney. Georgia Kappelman attorney.
In the investigation. Georgia, can you just speak to the magnitude of this breakthrough in the investigation?
All right, let me pause it on a good look. Look at her. Look at her. The angel of justice that oozes class and professionalism, but at the same time has a wonderfully playful side to her soul that is so apparent.
Georgia, can you just speak to the magnitude of this breakthrough in the investigation?
Sure. Charles Adelson was arrested today at his home in South Florida. We're thrilled to be able to announce that another person that is culpable in this case has been arrested. We're super grateful to the ongoing efforts of law enforcement and the tenacity of the Markel family, as well as my team here at the State Attorney's Office to try to bring justice to everybody that's involved in this case.
Have all the suspects been charged in this case?
Well, we've only had one additional arrest. I can't speak to any additional arrests, so as of now, nothing.
Sandra likes the watch. What? Look at that. Yeah, not an Apple Watch, thank God.
As of now, nothing else is pending other than this arrest we had
Sure.
this morning.
But do you all, might more charges be, could more individuals be charged in this case?
Yeah, I couldn't say whether additional charges are coming.
Okay.
There isn't anything pending at the moment.
Okay.
So, so these tapes have been around for a few years now. What is it that made Adelson's arrest, made it able to arrest Adelson? Was there anything on the tapes that that was the nail in the coffin?
Or you want me to go that way for the answer? Okay. Yeah, so the new evidence in the case is not really new evidence, it's old evidence.
Look at it. She has to answer to the camera, even though she's answering the question of the guy to her left.
Was the nail in the coffin?
Or you want me to go that way for the answer? Okay. Yeah, so the new evidence in the case is not really new evidence, it's old evidence, but a new clarification, which was done by a new audio expert. The enhancement was able to allow us for the first time to hear many statements that are uttered in that restaurant conversation by Charlie Adelson for the first time.
How long was that conversation?
It's approximately 45 minutes.
Okay, and when did you
45
hear that
minutes.
sort of the enhanced version of this?
45 minutes of incriminating statements. If you fuck with the king himself, you better kill him because he's gonna be a big problem. If he can't do it, I'll find someone else to do it. Because Katie, I don't care what I spend. I mean, this will be done. 45 minutes of that. We read the transcript.
This was it recently or?
Very recently,
Okay.
yes.
And what was your reaction when you heard this? Were you like, oh my gosh, this is what we've been waiting for?
Well, the piece of evidence was something that I did think was important, and I've always felt like if we could just get that clarified, that would make a big difference potentially in the case. So I was really happy to have that piece of evidence to present to the grand jury.
You thought that there was evidence in that recording that you just couldn't quite hear before, right? Is that what you're
Right.
saying?
Yes.
Gotcha.
What are there any statements in there that you can say right now that were made by Adelson?
No, but the item's public record, so you all can request a copy, and my understanding is we're working on making copies now, so you can pull out statements to your heart's delight.
And that copy will be with the enhanced audio.
Right.
And don't know yet how this might affect Catherine McAnu's trial date, or do you know that yet?
Right, I don't know yet how this addition of Mr. Adelson will affect the ongoing trial of Ms. McManus, so that remains to be seen.
Okay.
And just to clarify, that audio tape was before the murder of Dan, is that correct?
That's not correct. The audio was done approximately 2 years after the murder of Dan Markell, pursuant to a law enforcement undercover operation where they did.
Who asked that question? I mean, okay, so this is before Katie 2, so we've only heard testimony from the joint trial of Sigfredo and Sigfredo and Katie at this point. I'm trying to remember if Dolce Vita was... It was brought up in the trial, wasn't it? Wasn't it? It's getting confusing. So many trials now.
Did what we're calling a bump or had contact with Donna Adelson in an effort to generate some chatter on a wiretap.
And so that was 2 years after?
Yes,
Okay.
2016.
And did they make clearly incriminating statements on there? Can you talk about that at all, the contents
I'll
of
let
that?
you decide that.
And that was an
And the
FBI
jury.
video, right? What video? Who recorded that
The
video?
FBI did record the video.
But in terms of...
She's got such a great grasp on where to go, where not to go, what to say, how much to say, what to not commit to. She's here to inform the public, right? And she's proud of her achievement already, but doesn't need to gloat, doesn't need to overreach, right? The letter of the law. Perfect press conference. A 10.
The role that Mr. Adelson allegedly played that led to these charges, did he hire the hitman in this case? Or?
Yes, it's alleged that he hired the hitman, and that's his role as a principal to the murder, the conspiracy, and the solicitation.
Gotcha.
Can you say, just for the audio, can you say what charges he's being charged with?
He's being charged with first-degree murder, conspiracy to commit first-degree murder, and solicitation to commit first-degree murder. Is that what you need?
I think so.
All right.
Thanks, George.
What a lady. All right, back to the trial, back to Rashbaum. Then we go to this. Look at him.
Concluded until towards the end of the break, Your Honor, so that wouldn't have been doable.
And what they're discussing here, they're discussing exactly what Georgia was mentioning. That's a nice segue, isn't it? They're discussing the Dolce Vita recording, which is a huge thing against Charlie Adelson that Rashbaum is going to have to pretend to argue against. Find a way.
All right. Do you wish to watch this further now?
I think maybe give us 10, 15 minutes to scroll through it.
Granted. Make sure you make good use of this time.
Yeah, Judge, would Your Honor be willing to do the next witness? I'm not publishing this item through that witness, but he does have a plane to catch, so if we could take our break after him, that'd be great.
That's fine. This is Mr. Kent.
Thank you, Pento. Get rolling. Let's reach the goal tonight. It was awesome. We reached the thumbs up last night, over 100. Let's do it again today. How many likes have we got on the channel today? 77. 77. On the video, not the channel. Yep, don't forget guys, buymeacoffee.com. There's a link in the description. If you are enjoying the video this evening and the community, you can help support it on buymeacoffee.com/True Crime Metrix. We've got some exciting things coming on buymeacoffee.com. I'm going to be out. I've got to go and do some construction over the next... at least 3 days, maybe the full week, I don't know. So I don't know how much I'm going to be online, but we will be mentally preparing for some great videos and some developments.
The state calls Keith Mackle.
Some developments on buymeacoffee.com as well, because we've got good ideas, good plans, and our merch store. We're moving over away from Teespring, and we're going over to bonfire.com. I think that's what it's called. And it looks pretty great anyway.
Please raise your right hand, sir. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth?
I do.
You may take your seat.
Sir, please introduce yourself and spell your name.
James Keith McElveen, JamesKeith McElveen.
How are you employed?
Man, you got to spell that again. Even when he spells it out nice and slow, I still have no idea what it said. I just like to call him McElveen. Mr. McElveen.
Sir.
I work as a forensics engineer, a media forensics engineer.
And what is a forensic engineer?
We specialize in taking audio, video, or computer data and extracting intelligence out of it.
How long have you been doing this type of work?
A bit over 35 years.
Can you go through your training and experience that
Fucking
qualifies you to do this type of forensic engineering?
That's longer than Judge Everett's been baking.
I began doing this type of forensic engineering back post 35 years ago, working for the government, working on war crimes investigations, unmixing voices. Since then, I've had 20 plus, either given or taken 20 plus courses in this discipline.
All right. And have you had an opportunity to testify as an expert in your field previously?
Yes, I have.
Judge, I would tender the witness at this time as an expert in the area of forensic engineering.
Does the defense wish to engage in any further voir dire of the witness?
No, Your Honor.
Is there any challenge to his ability to provide an opinion in the stated field?
No.
Members of the jury, the witness will be permitted to provide you with an opinion today in the field of forensic engineering. You may continue.
Sir, were you asked to clarify recordings in reference to the case State of Florida versus Charles Adelson?
Yes, I was.
All right, I want to start with the Dolce Vita restaurant recording. What items were provided to you in reference to that exhibit?
I received 2 recordings, one from each device that was deployed in that restaurant.
All right, and was one better audio and one better video?
Yes.
All right, and what's the part that's of interest to you?
The audio.
Okay, and so you don't do anything with the video?
Only used it for observational timing reasons.
Okay. And was the bag that had the mesh on it, was that the one that was the better audio? Or the
Yes.
one that had the better video?
Right. The one with the better video had very poor audio, and the one that had better audio had very poor video.
All right, I'm with you. And the one where we're looking through the little holes, is that the one with the good audio or the good video?
The good audio.
All right. Can you sort of walk through the process for the jury of how you clarify an audio that has a lot of background noise going on?
Yes, our technique is a bit different than other techniques in that we take the audio and treat it like it's an image, like a photograph that's out of focus, it's blurry. And so we read it into the computer and figure out how to unblur the sound, just like you would unblur a photograph. And this fortunately has the nice effect of focusing in on the person's voice or the people's voice if they're near each other, and blurring out the rest of the background, sort of how you would use a video lens if you're a photographer, and you can zoom in on a person's face, but everything behind the person and everything closer is blurry and kind of pushed down and not as noticeable.
Were there any particular issues or problems with this audio?
It was frankly a mess. Competing voices.
I mean, but it's not a distance thing. It's frequency, right? Well, it was a nice explanation. I think most lay people would find that helpful.
Loud noises, movement of both devices, not good positioning. There was a kitchen, and of course it's a busy cafe, coffee grinders, blenders, order taking, lots of different sounds going on.
All right, and can you tell the jury that the most up-to-date efforts available in...
Yeah, and the fucking undercover agents sit right next to the kitchen door, and on the other side of the kitchen door was the place where all the plates get taken and stacked and washed. I mean, this needs to go into the training of the undercover, right? They clearly don't have, awareness about how to judge their position based on the sounds that are around them. I mean, you could say perhaps that was the only table to sit at, but I don't think it was that busy.
in your field were applied to this exhibit to make it as good as possible?
They were.
All right, and what was the outcome? I think you've got some different segments. Could you tell us about that?
Yes. Fortunately, the recording device that had the better audio was also the one that had the longest audio. The recording started at different times. One device arrived into the establishment significantly prior to the other one. I believe it was like 20 minutes difference. The one that started first, its recording first, moved, the person...
as far as these undercover agents following them and listening in on Charlie's conversations, we know about Dolce Vita, obviously. We know about Matsuri when Charlie spoke with Harvey Adelson. We know, I forget the name of the restaurant or bar or whatever, but The one near the marina where Charlie met with Donna, but the agents couldn't get anywhere near close enough to record audio without making it obvious, you know? So we just know the meeting happened. But imagine how many places they were being followed. It must have been like everywhere, right? We're only aware of the times that they've been able to get some kind of relevant evidence. But there must be a whole bunch of recordings and places that were being followed other than what we know about. Real intense. 2 agents in this restaurant.
Carrying it, came in from the outside, came to the counter, then went to a seat, and then moved to a different seat, getting better position. And each one of those changes of location causes the focus to change, just like you were taking a picture. All of a sudden, the person you're trying to take a picture of moves, you've lost your focus, and you have to regain your focus. Also, a limitation of our tool limited the sheer amount of audio. It's a huge amount of recording, and so we had to break it up into portions, segments, which we did the beginning, the middle, and the end. And we worked with the FBI agent to break it at about the same points that the motion happened of the recording device.
Okay. And have you had an opportunity to examine State's Exhibit 110 thumb drive?
Yes, immediately before we came in here.
All right, and is this a fair and accurate work product that you did as far as the audio only on the Dolce Vita recording?
Yes.
Okay, Judge, I'd ask to move into evidence States 110.
Any objection?
Just our previous objection, Your Honor.
States 110 will be admitted over objection at this time.
Is there any part of your process?
Hey, Victoria Girl, treats for soap. You hear that, soap? We got a whole bunch of treats coming your way, Thank you so much, Victoria Girl, for the fantastic, super chat.
Processing or methodology that actually changes the voices or adds words into the voices, anything like that?
No, when we begin our processing, we set up the controls, and the tool does not allow you to actually make any changes. You hit process, and it starts at the beginning and works all the way to the end, and you can't change anything as you go along and decide to leave the word no or yes out. You get the entire thing, and the same length of the recording in is the same that comes out, down to microseconds.
And did you also perform a similar analysis or work on a second restaurant recording known as the Matt Surrey restaurant recording?
I did.
And have you had an opportunity to review States 113?
Yes, immediately before.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
Immediately before.
All right, before we came into the courtroom. And is this the thumb drive that you prepared with your work in reference to the Matt Surrey recording?
It is.
All right, and were the same types of processes applied to this recording as the first one we discussed?
Exactly the same.
Move into evidence, States 113.
Any objection to States 113?
No, Your Honor.
States 113 is admitted at this time.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Cross-examination.
Starting with the Dolce Vita recording. That recording was made in April of 2016, right?
I do not know.
You were asked to enhance the recording in January of 2022, right?
That sounds correct.
Okay. You'd agree with me that there's 20 plus minutes of the recording that's missing, right? The first 20 minutes or so of the recording are missing?
Please clarify what you mean by missing?
Well, fair point. You'd agree that the meeting that was recorded started before the recording, right?
If you mean how long the conversation...
Missing. Please clarify what you mean by missing. Isn't it weird how when it's a legal conversation, missing could mean so many things? You know, I think what Mr. McElbean was wanting to not be misconstrued was that he had lost something, that Mr. McElbean had lost the portions of the recording, which obviously didn't happen. He enhanced the recording.
Participants had been carrying on a conversation before the person carrying the recorder entered the restaurant. I have no idea how long they had been talking.
The recording picks up in the middle of a conversation, correct?
If you mean device 2, the one with the longer recording, I believe that you might be confusing the fact that it was the middle segment of 3. If you mean the conversation, I think you mean.
The recording that you enhanced is not the beginning of the conversation, correct? Between the participants.
Again, I don't know when they began talking, but we cleaned up all the way from the beginning of the recorder entering the restaurant, by the front to a chair to another seat. And the first segment had clear conversation going on at times, voice level goes up and down. Then there's the middle segment, which is a few seconds, 30 seconds or something, maybe a minute go by, and then the video from the other device starts.
Fair enough.
If that's the one that you're talking about, then that's only the middle. There's the lead up to that portion is another 20 minutes.
But you don't know if the conversation began before the recording started, correct?
Correct. I have no way of knowing that.
Okay. Now, even on your enhanced version, virtually everything said by the female participant remains inaudible.
See you later, Mary. Thanks for coming.
Or unintelligible, right?
I'm not exactly sure what you mean by virtually, but I would say that the female participant talked very seldomly. More of her words are audible in the first segment than in the middle segment, but she also seemed to talk less. And I can say that because you can obviously tell that she does say some words, even when you can't pick them out. You can tell that something is being said, not only by the male participant, his conversational behavior, but you can actually.
So Jill Jane says, if not for Geiger, I think, well, obviously you mean Geiger, they may have gotten away with this. I don't think so, Jane. I mean, Jill. Sorry, Jill Jane. I don't think so, because, you know, when what was his name? The guy from the School of Arts and Sciences, what's his fucking name? Oh, I'm blanking on his name. The guy that Dan Markell was speaking to from the School of Arts and Sciences, who heard Dan be shot. I mean, he called the cops. He waited a few minutes. He tried to say, do you need help? Do you need help? He could just hear heavy breathing into the phone. But eventually he called the cops, looked up the address of Professor Markell, and when he called the cops, I mean, he wasn't thinking there was a gunshot. He thought maybe this guy had a heart attack. He called the cops, gave them the address, explained what had happened, or what he thought had happened, and the cops said, we have already got someone on the way over there. So the cops were on the way from someone who alerted them that wasn't Jim Geiger. You could say, well, Jim Geiger identified the car. He said it looked like a Prius or a Prius type vehicle. But the first thing, or one of the initial things that the cops would have done in the investigation is check where Dan Markell had been that day. would have been quite easy to find out that he had been at Premier Fitness, and they would have checked the surveillance there and seen the Toyota Prius very obviously following Professor Markel. Then the bus cameras, it would have all come out the same way, and probably not that much slower than had Jim Geiger done anything. I mean, Jim Geiger was responsible for getting the police there and identifying the Prius. Both of those things would have happened absent any action from Jim Geiger. Not to take anything away from him. It's great that he had the initiative and the instinct to recognize the situation and to get as much information as he could. But they wouldn't have gotten away with it had he done nothing. Had he been out, the police would have still been called to the scene, and they would have quite easily been able to identify the Toyota Prius. Yeah, so...
Actually hear some vocalizations from the female, but you can't always pick out what she's saying.
During a lot of the recording, no matter what you did to fix that lens, you still couldn't make out what she was saying, correct?
Yes. She was speaking away from the male participant, and speaking in a low enough level that at many times the male participant asked her to repeat herself.
Nonetheless, on the recording itself, no matter what you did, a lot of times you're
Stella, yes, the neighbor is Jim Geiger.
only hearing half of a conversation, right?
One side of a conversation.
One side of a conversation.
That's
Jill Jane says, do you think he's testifying at Donna's trial? Jim Geiger? Certainly. If he's getting on in years. I mean, he keeps being called into these damn trials. Yeah, I mean, he'll be called in. He not so much to have probative testimony as to Donna's guilt, but to give the jury, Donna's jury, the story of what happened, how events unfolded, That's that he testified in Charlie's trial. He's testified in all trials. Yeah, he'll certainly testify.
That's correct.
Now, were you aware that the FBI did its own enhancement back in August of 2016?
I was told that.
Did you ever listen to that enhancement?
Yes, I did.
Are you aware that virtually everything you hear on your enhancement, you can hear on that enhancement?
He's basically saying you did a shit job. You just copied their file. You didn't do any work. You just billed for the hours.
I wouldn't agree with that statement.
Okay. You hear different words on your enhancement versus the first enhancement? Or are they just clearer?
Much clearer. My understanding was the reason we were given these recordings was that originally the evidence was not suitable for playback to the jury because it required somebody to have very good listening equipment and to listen very carefully and loop it many times to be able to really pick out what the words might be. I would say, in all fairness, that after our enhancement, you didn't have to struggle that much, except on those inaudible parts.
Okay, so I'm going to ask a very specific question, not about the ease of hearing it.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just asking, could you hear any new words on your recording versus the original recording?
I can only speak for myself, but I would say yes, for me, for my ears.
Turning your attention to Matsuri, that recording was made in April of 2016, right?
What happened with the length of response? Was there legal action? length of response. What response? What happened with the length of response? Was there legal action?
Fucking A, bro. I'm gonna fucking fuck up whoever the fuck you fucking with me.
I do not have this information.
Hey, thanks so much, Pinto. Thank everyone. Thank everyone for the hard work for Dan Markell, Professor Markell. Yeah. Yeah. All feels like we're in this together somehow. Even as mere spectators, we're still looking forward to complete justice and accountability for everybody that was involved with the death of Professor Markell, including Wendy.
Okay. And again, you weren't asked to perform an enhancement until early 2022, right?
That sounds right.
And for those two recordings, again, is it your testimony that you hear different words on your enhancement versus the original?
I wouldn't say, well, actually, I would agree. Different words than were originally transcribed versus what I heard. And I would say that the result of our enhancement.
Oh yeah, the ambulance taking so long to get there. There was legal action against the 911 operator, I believe, or at least maybe not him individually, but the the unit or whatever. The issue was that the person taking the 911 call did not respond appropriately given the information. It didn't. He didn't get people over there with the degree of urgency that should have been required. So I believe that the Markells were awarded $30,000 settlement, which they put into that went to some charity, or I believe, I can't remember what it went, but yeah, there was legal action, there was a settlement, and the money went into a good cause. Let's say it like that.
More words are intelligible.
Now, you also note in your report that portions where one participant whispers in the ear of the other, this is Matsuri, were not recoverable due to the soft level of the sound. Is that accurate?
Yes, I would also say, and due to the obscuration of the head, one participant leans over and whispers very close to the other person's ear. So all of a sudden the head's in the way of the focusing effort we made.
So in those instances where those whispers occur at Matsuri, you have no idea what was said?
Correct.
May I have one moment, Your Honor?
Take your time. Redirect examination.
No, Your Honor, no further questions.
You may step down, sir. Members of the jury, before we continue with the next witness, we will take a brief break. The bailiff will escort you back to the jury room.
Hey, that better not have been an ex parte communication, McElbean. Fucking recuse yourself. He's trying to walk out before the jury. Stand up, McElbean. Hey, Greaseball, what's up? McElbean heard everything you said in the Dolce Vita recordings.
We need to review, once again, Mr. Rauschbaum, the parts of the recording that have now been modified.
Do we have it?
Go ahead.
Maybe we'd be excused to do that.
That's fine.
Go ahead. This over here.
Who's next? Is it Sanford next? Yeah. Oh, I think this is day 4, right? He's more than halfway through his trial. I think it was 6. Was it 6 days total? Hey, cover your mouth when you yawn. He just made me yawn, and I didn't cover my mouth. But I'm alone, not in court at my murder trial. Oh. Look at the way look at his posture there. Just doesn't give a fuck as long as he's comfortable, you know? As long as Charlie's okay, everything's okay. I think McElbean did quite a bit of a longer testimony, and Katie too. Didn't hear too much from him here.
Witness has identified the defendant. All right.
Cameraman's late.
Police Department.
As part of your duties there, were you called upon to participate in a surveillance operation involving this defendant, Charles Adelson?
Yes, as a member of...
Ah, okay, so there's an undercover who won't be filmed or identified.
The FBI Violent Crimes Task Force Miami Division, I was.
Okay. And was the surveillance that you conducted of Mr. Adelson related to a wiretap that was ongoing at that time?
Yes, there was current electronic surveillance of Mr. Adelson at the time.
All right. What were you asked to do?
Conduct physical and electronic surveillance of Charles Adelson.
All right. And did part of that involve going to the Matsuri restaurant?
Yes.
Is that a sushi restaurant in Miami?
Yes, it is.
Okay. And what were you supposed to do once you got into the restaurant?
I had a covert electronic surveillance audio and video recording device and attempt to record Charles Adelson and his father, Harvey.
All right. And do you see Charles Adelson in the courtroom here today?
I do.
Could you point him out and describe what he's wearing?
He's sitting at the defense table wearing a blue blazer.
So the guy that's talking now, Charlie Adelson, suspected that he was an undercover. Why? Because he ordered California rolls in the sushi restaurant and a salad. I don't know. It might have just been a salad, but this is how snotty he is, right? He was like, "There's sashimi on the menu, and he's ordering California rolls. Why would anyone come to a fucking sushi restaurant, a nice sushi restaurant, and order California rolls? He must be a cop." I mean, he's got a point, you know. If you go to a sushi restaurant and order California rolls, get another table away from me.
Blazer and a blue shirt and a blue tie.
The record will reflect the witness has identified the defendant.
The record will reflect.
All right. And is this on April 21st, 2016?
Yes, it is.
Okay. What equipment were you using for this operation?
It was a recording device that recorded audio and video.
All right. Can you describe the setup at the restaurant and where you were located in relation to Mr. Adelson?
Harvey and Charles Adelson were sitting at the sushi bar. I took a position directly next to Harvey.
Were you able to hear the conversation that they were having?
No.
Was the recorder closer to them than you were?
It was right between myself and Harvey Adelson.
Have you had an opportunity to review the recording that's captured on State's Exhibit 12?
Yes.
And is that a fair and accurate recording of the interception you made there at the Matt Surrey restaurant on the date in question?
Yes, it is.
All right, and it's video and audio, is that right?
That's correct.
All right, let the record reflect the witness has initialed this exhibit, and I will at this time move it into evidence as State's Exhibit 112.
Any objection?
No objection.
Case 112 is admitted.
No further questions.
Cross-examination.
Good afternoon.
Hi, good afternoon.
Back in 2016, you didn't really like sushi, did you?
Not that much.
You didn't see them enter the restaurant, right?
No.
And you didn't see them talk outside the restaurant before they entered the restaurant, right?
No.
There's no recording of that you, to your knowledge, correct?
That's correct.
Now, during the conversation, do you recall some whispering happening?
Yes.
And you couldn't hear what was whispered, right?
That's correct.
When they left the restaurant, could you see them talking in the parking lot?
Yes.
But there's no recording of what they were saying in the parking lot, right?
That's correct.
You participated in the arrest of Charlie Adelson as well, right?
That's correct.
And that occurred in April of 2022?
Yes.
And the arrest happened at around 6 a.m. in the morning?
Yes.
And during that arrest, one of the officers got caught in a barbed wire fence, right?
Yes.
That was behind Mr. Adelson's house, right?
Yes, on the side of his house, I believe.
Okay. Also, during that arrest, there were a lot of security cameras, right?
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay. When Charlie Adelson was arrested, he surrendered peacefully?
Yes.
And he consented to allow the agents to come in the house?
I wasn't aware of that.
Fair enough. May I have one moment, Your Honor? No further questions, Your Honor.
Redirect examination.
No questions, Judge.
You may step down. Please call your next witness.
Special Agent Pat Sanford.
So an agent or a cop got caught in a barbed wire fence at Charlie's house. Gives you kind of an idea that they came in mob-handed, right? And these agents that are undercover, they love to be present at the arrest, you know. Sammy, the bump guy that approached Donna on the street, he was at the airport. Do you remember me? Oh. It must be quite funny, especially that one, you know. How many years was it? It was 2016, April, and she was at the airport on November 13th, 2023, so 7.5 years later. Quite a bit, isn't it? That's all right, Jill Jane. You can just have those, what are they called? Nori. Nori? With the cucumber in the middle.
Agent Sanford, please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth?
Yes, I do.
You may take your seat.
Guess guess we'll have you reintroduce yourself.
Again, Special Agent Patrick Sanford with the FBI.
All right, I want to circle back to a couple questions I missed last time with you, and then we'll talk about the wiretaps in this case. In reference to Professor Markell,
Kate Myers is, well, she seems like the person that's running the documents. A bit like the sister of Tarek Awas in the in KD2. But Miss Myers does, I'm not 100% if it's a cross-examination or a direct examination, but she speaks to Wendy Adelson's attorney from the divorce proceedings, who I think is Kristen somebody.
he was transported from the scene to the hospital, correct?
That's correct.
Do you know how long he survived before he was pronounced dead?
Approximately 14 hours.
All right, and I want to ask you a few questions in reference to Wendy Adelson. Wendy Adelson advises that the Markells, meaning Dan's parents, have had unfettered access to their grandchildren. Is that true?
Not to my knowledge, no.
How many visits have they had with their grandchildren, say, between May of 16 and April of 2022?
You see, this is
I don't believe they've had.
This is case and point right here. Devo says, I only like the California roll. Only go if someone else wants sushi. Or if you were an undercover agent following someone into a sushi restaurant where you would order the California roll. So he was right. It is a good way to identify whether it's because you would only go if someone else wants sushi, or whether you're an undercover agent monitoring someone with a listening device. You probably don't belong there.
Had any visits during that time period.
All right, and what about since then?
Maybe less than a handful. I can't remember exactly how many. But
Does
just a
3
few.
sound correct?
That sounds all right.
After Wendy got skewered at the first trial for not allowing any visits, she then allowed a visit, right?
Objection, Your Honor. Leading and mischaracterizing testimony.
Overruled as to those grounds.
I'll rephrase it, Your Honor. When was the first visit that the Markell family had after their son was murdered with their grandchildren?
It was a few weeks before the scheduled trial of Catherine McManwa, because we ended up delaying the grand jury indictment of Mr. Adelson so they could meet.
For fear that if we proceeded with the indictment as scheduled, that visit might be canceled?
That's
Objection, Your Honor. Leading. And foundation.
Sustained as to foundation.
You're probably right. All right, I want to turn your attention to Mr. Rivera. We heard from Mr. Rivera. Are you familiar with his role in this case?
Yes, I am.
And were you aware that Mr. Rivera chose to become a witness in this case?
I am.
In exchange for a plea deal?
Yes.
Were you present
Do you like Frasier, Stella B?
when he gave his proffered testimony initially?
Yes, correct.
All right, did we learn anything new in the proffer with Mr. Rivera that we had not known as part of the investigation already?
We did. And
was one of those items related to Mr. Garcia shooting a hole in the rental car?
That's correct.
Had at the time that you were interviewing Rivera or taking this proffer from Rivera, had law enforcement already tracked down that particular Prius, the suspect vehicle in this case?
We had. It had been sold previously, and we had tracked it down.
And upon that initial inspection, was this bullet hole discovered?
No, we were unaware of it.
After the proffer with Mr. Rivera, did law enforcement go back to look at the Prius to see if there was any evidence to corroborate what Rivera was saying about that particular item?
Yes, we did. We went back and took possession of the vehicle and got a search warrant and searched it.
Yeah, there's this funny episode where Roz has gotten with a guy, is dating with a guy that's a patient of Niles. And Niles tells Frazier in confidence, doctor to doctor, that he's a chauvinistic womanizer and essentially bad for Roz to be with. And Frazier wants to inform Roz, but because Niles is his doctor, that would breach doctor-patient confidentiality. So they consult the ethical guidelines and realize that if they can prove that Roz is not of sound mind, then they're allowed to ethically give the information. So that Frazier's like, well, let me think. She once ordered a bottle of white Zinfandel.
I'm showing you state's exhibits 49 through 53. Recognize these exhibits?
I do.
How do you recognize them?
These are photographs taken when they reacquired the vehicle and conducted the search warrant and found the actual bullet hole going through where it went through and severed the gas line, and it was repaired.
All right, are they fair and accurate photos of the Prius upon that second inspection that was made by law enforcement?
That's correct.
All right, moving to evidence 49 through 53.
Any objection?
No objection, Your Honor. Do we have
49 through 53 are admitted at this time.
May I publish?
You may.
All right, publishing 49. Publish 50, please.
Wow, look at that. How funny is that?
All right, publishing 49.
So the AAA Emergency Services got a Prius, bought a Prius from a car rental place, and it had been used in a murder by two guys that did coke all the way up to Tallahassee. I mean, it's just... that had a hole shot through the floorboard and severing the gas line that no one had ever found that repair. They just, when they finally found out about it, they went to the car and pulled up the floor mat and were like, oh look, there's the hole. And they looked under the car, and the gas line that Sigfredo Garcia had repaired with just a fucking hose and some clips, like Jubilee clip or something, or cable ties. Isn't it amazing how many engine problems you can fix with cable ties and duct tape?
Publish 50, please. Is that just documenting the VIN number of the vehicle?
That's correct.
Publish 51. What does the rod show in the vehicle?
It shows the path of the bullet, where the hole is, and the path of which it traveled.
And is it in the passenger seat floorboard?
Correct.
It's very direct down, right? Very straight down.
Publish 52, please. Publish 53. All right, what does this exhibit show?
This is the fuel line. You can see where it had been severed and had been repaired.
Wow, look. So that is, yeah, just a hose and a couple of clips. Amazing. I mean, it had been years. And it always worked. I mean, that's gasoline going through that pipe, you know? I mean, you don't want that to fail.
Mr. Rivera testified that he knew Dan Markel was leaving town the day after he was killed, and that's why the killing had to happen on the day it did. Are you familiar with that piece of his testimony?
Yes.
Okay, and have we ever found any, let me strike that. Have you had an opportunity to review Mr. Markel's Facebook?
I have.
Was there anything on his Facebook indicating that he was going out of town the day after he was killed?
No, it wasn't.
Have you had an opportunity to review the prof's blog that was provided by the defense in this case?
Some of it.
All right, and does the prof's blog provide specific information that would let these killers know that he was going to New York the next day?
There was just a reference to a conference that was being put on.
That Danny and I are going to a conference?
That's correct.
So someone else saying Danny and I are going to a conference that starts on X date?
That's correct. There was no other information detailing his travels.
And is that published in the form of like an alert, or is it just in a narrative of a lot of other stuff?
No, it was buried inside of a lot of other stuff, inside of comments.
All right. I want to move on to The Wire. Whose phones were tapped in this case?
Catherine McManus and Charlie Adelson's.
How many phone calls were intercepted total?
And I love this thing about, you know, why were they the ones that were having their phones tapped? Judges like to limit, you know, when the FBI or whoever wants to put wiretaps on a phone, they have to go to a judge and say, here's the probable cause, here's why we want to do this. And a judge is resistant to grant that request. They like to limit it. They like to not unnecessarily infringe on the public's right to privacy, even when there's evidence. It's a step and there's a process. So they're not going to put wiretaps on all of them, but they've identified the train car-like path of communication within this particular form of a conspiracy, right? With these multiple layers. You've got Donna, Charlie, Katie, Sigfredo. Sigfredo only communicates with Katie. Katie communicates with Sigfredo and Charlie. Charlie communicates with Katie and Donna only communicates with Charlie. So they put a wiretap on Katie's phone and a wiretap on Charlie's phone. And because they got the two in the middle, that means that they also get the two on either end. Right? It shows how well they sussed out what was going on before, you know. Because if you put a wiretap on Donna's phone and Katie's, oh, hang on. That would still work. Okay. Forget what I said. That would still work. But if you put a wiretap on Donna and Charlie, then you'd never hear Sigfredo, because it's only Katie that talks to him. So yeah, it's one way that it would work.
Oh wow. Thousands.
Have you reviewed the disc of calls that were selected and prepared for the jury's consideration in this case?
Yes, I have.
Are they all fair and accurate recordings of calls intercepted pursuant to the wiretap in this case?
Yes, they are.
Right, Judge, at this time, I would move into evidence states 108. It's a thumb drive containing the wire calls.
Any objection?
No, Your Honor, other than our previous objection.
States 108 will be admitted at this time over objection. Go ahead.
May I confer with the opposing counsel for a moment?
Take your time.
We're skipping. Gallery's pretty busy for just plain old Pat Sanford. Oh, where's that lady's daughter? Do you remember the other day when we identified the lady in the pink, her daughter? Doesn't seem to be here today.
I'm sorry.
There's Joel. Hi, Joel.
Issue we should have handled before the jury came in. I think we're ready to proceed.
Go ahead.
All right, so in reviewing the calls that were captured on this wiretap, was there any evidence of Donna Adelson and Charlie Adelson meddling in Wendy Adelson's life?
Yes, there's quite a bit.
All right, I wanted to bring your attention first to a text message that was included in Sergeant Corbett's presentation about pulling the plug on a home purchase. Are you familiar with that text message?
Yes, I am.
All right, and for the jury's reference, it's page 218 in Sergeant Corbett's presentation, but we've already seen these text messages. Can you tell me why the date of the pulling the plug on the house is of interest to your investigation?
That text message was sent on Halloween of 2013, which was the same time frame that Catherine McManwa said that Charlie came to her.
All right, so the pulling the plug on the house, who's pulling the plug on the house?
Wendy was pulling the plug on the house. She was looking to buy a house, and Charlie was talking to her about not purchasing the house, not wanting her to purchase a house in Tallahassee.
And was that done at someone else's urging to Charlie?
Yes, it was.
Who was that?
His mother, Donna Adelson.
All right, and this date where it's revealed in the text that Wendy pulled the plug on the house is the same date that Charlie Adelson first approached Meg Bano about harming Markel?
That's correct.
And that's Halloween, October 31st, 2013?
Correct.
All right, I want to move on to Dave. Do you know who Dave is as a subject that comes up quite a bit on The Wire?
I do.
And who is Dave?
It's one of Wendy's ex-boyfriends named Dave Attell.
All right, and is this the person she was dating apparently at the time of the wiretap?
That's correct.
Okay, and is Dave the subject of discussion between Donna Adelson and Charlie Adelson?
He is.
So the two of them are talking about Wendy's.
What is the last name of Dave?
As a subject that comes up quite a bit on The Wire.
I do.
And who is... Dave?
It's one of Wendy's ex-boyfriends named Dave Atel.
Atel.
And is this the person she was dating apparently at the time of the wiretap?
That's correct.
Okay, and is Dave the subject of discussion between Donna Adelson and Charlie Adelson?
He is.
So the two of them are talking about Wendy's love life.
Correct.
Okay. Have you reviewed the wire to find out how many times Dave comes up on the wire?
Quite a few, at least a dozen times.
That they're having conversations about the status of Wendy's relationship with Dave?
That's correct, and some of the conversations are quite lengthy.
Okay. And Judge, for this, I have just figured out what 128 was supposed to be. Okay, could we mark this?
Okay, so this is Dave. What is wrong with this? Come on. That's not a human being. He looks like Brian Cox's illegitimate brother. Stargazer. Put the smile down. So this is the cybersecurity multi-millionaire that paid his ex $3 million cash to fuck off and give up her maternal rights to their children. This is the Dave that Charlie and Donna were so gung-ho about. She's got to be with Dave. Dave, no one's going to want to be with a single mom, but Dave does. That, not only is he super successful, but he's a very low-key, t-shirt and jeans kind of guy. My nephews farted on him and he thought it was funny. There he is, Dave Atel. Pray tell. What else can we say about Dave? Dave. What else did he do? We know that, I can't remember if it was Ben or Lincoln, but Donna was telling Charlie that, when they leave Donna and Harvey's apartment to go back with Wendy or whatever, that Harvey will go to kiss them, and they're not that touchy-feely. And Donna is telling Charlie how she explained the kind of affection to the boys and said, it's just because we love you and we want to give you a kiss and that sort of stuff. And then whether it was Ben or Lincoln, I don't remember, but turned around and said, oh, like what Mommy and Dave do. Which kind of, I think at that time, Wendy was working very hard to make it seem to Donna that Wendy and Dave were very platonic, just friends. And Ben or Lincoln kind of let the cat out of the bag. And then Donna on the same call is like, oh, and when we went to dinner with Dave and Wendy, he pulled her chair out for her and this kind of stuff. This is the guy. This is the Superman. Superman Dave. Hello, Dave.
So it's going to be 129, Your Honor. I've got a couple additional calls that I'd like to publish, starting with this call, which is call 989. So I'm moving to introduce states, what's the number, Ms. Dugan? 129. I'm moving to introduce 129, which is a thumb drive containing additional wire calls, including 989, which I'd like to publish at this time.
Any objection?
Assuming it is what I've been told it is, no objection.
I didn't ask for a caveat or lawyer speak. Do you have an objection? Let's take
Udi, how you doing?
Of the jury. The bailiff will take you back to the jury.
What do we call you now, Udi? Should we call you Brian? Music by Brian 2024. Howdy, folks. We don't know. I've always actually, well, I guess I haven't believed that your name is Udi, but I have accepted it, and now I don't know what's going on. Is it Brian? Is that your real name? Are you Brian? Well, I guess we're just going to call you Udi. Why change the habit? Dave looks like a character from Friends. Right? Someone who works at the museum with Ross. Wow, look at that sheriff's deputy with a cup of coffee. I could do with a cup of coffee right now. Oh, man. And we're out of coffee in the house. There's still some instant. I might have a cup of instant. But remember, guys, you can help support the channel with the link in the description to buymeacoffee.com/truecrimemetrics.
One way or the other. Please play the recording.
And memberships. Coffee memberships.
Either time.
Mm.
989 occurred on April 15th of 2016 at 8:21.
Neverly's back.
And then I also intend to publish.
Hey, Neverly, yeah, I'll get that document for you tomorrow. Just when you asked for it, I was just going out of the door, and then I had to go to the hardware store, and I was out, and then I got back, and yeah, I just didn't get around to it. But I'll get it to you tomorrow. I haven't forgotten.
I don't have such call. 2873, which occurred on May 3rd, 2016 at 7:53 p.m.
May
23rd, you said? Yes, ma'am.
May 23rd?
Correct. I'm sorry. Did I say that?
Yeah. Well, I don't know.
Okay. First one is 989, 4:15 of 16 at 8:21 p.m. Second one is 2873, May 3rd, 2016, 7:53 p.m. Something for identification. I didn't move it into evidence, but they think I said that on the record that I'm.
I don't think I've ever seen someone thinner than Sarah Dugan. It's quite amazing. Where's that Judge Everett going? Probably for some fucking more ex parte corrupt conversations. Get him off the bench! Get him off the bench. He won't be able to make a decision. He can't put the toothpaste back in the tube. Crooked Everett. As crooked as they come. Oh. They keep taking these long breaks. What the fuck? Oh. Well, it's the court's response, isn't it, Neville? Have I got that right?
Everyone can be seated.
There's been so many documents rolling around the last few days that I'm all muddled up. It's the court that has to answer what is it? Where's my files? Where's my papers? The motion for rehearing. Does the state have anything else to say or add to the record before the court rules on the motion for rehearing? Neville says, I think the state responses and then the court. I could be wrong. Yeah, it's one of those two, isn't it? But this summary provided by the court is as follows. Yeah, I'm not sure which one it is, whether the state has anything to add to the record with this or not. But either way, we're waiting for a response. What day are we today? Sunday. Could be end of the week, maybe. Maybe.
Ms. Kappelman, you may continue.
Thank you. Agent Sanford, I've made a mess of a couple things. So can we circle back to the Wendy giving Dan's parents visitation question?
Okay.
Are you familiar with the email that Dan's mother sent regarding the Jewish-run child services organization?
Yes, I am.
Okay. Between that time, May of 2016, and April of 2022, how many visits did the Markells have with their grandchildren?
As far as information I have is 0.
All right, so not unfettered access.
That's correct.
Okay, and since then, 3 visits, correct?
Correct, to the best of my knowledge.
Okay, thank you. All right, my next mess is this exhibit, which is now going to be 130, not 129 as I previously indicated, because we had already identified something previously as 129. So 130 is going to be the Dave call. Okay?
Okay.
All right. So you're familiar with this particular call. It's call number 989 on the wire. Do you remember it?
Yes.
Okay. And this call was made on, may I have that sheet over here? April 15th of 2016 at 8:21 p.m. Sound right?
That sounds right.
Okay. At this time, Judge, I'd ask to move into evidence states 130 and publish call 989.
Is there an objection as to states 130?
No, Your Honor.
It is admitted at this time.
All right. And if we could just start at 8:56, please. All right, can we pause it? Okay. All right, so Judge, this may be a good time to have the jury advise that they each have headphones and may make use of them. If they don't need them, that's okay, but if they want them, you have volume controls for everyone.
Members of the jury, please take your headphones if you wish to listen in that fashion. Where are the volume controls on the
They're
headphones?
in front, so the front row is going to have to tinker with it. Why don't we just play a minute of this as a test, and then we can back it up once everyone gives me the thumbs up on volume.
Because I'm in that demographic guy who wants to date. And I don't have a problem telling her, when you put me forward a supermodel in budget at 37, I'm not asking for her to date. Oh.
Fucking A, bro. I'm gonna fucking fuck up whoever the fuck is fucking with me.
Oh, hey, Stella. Thank you so much for the 3 coffees. Nice one, Stella.
I have done. And I will continue to talk to her. But there's a limit, because there's a point at which someone purposely would do what you're asking them. They'll purposely do the opposite.
I'm just going to serve a life because there needs to be another day. There needs to be another day.
What's that?
There is not going to be.
All right, Judge, could we inquire as to if everyone is comfortable with that equipment at this time?
For everyone who is going to wear the headphones, do you have anything that you need to raise concerning them? All right, they're nodding their heads in the affirmative that the headphones are working and giving a thumbs up.
All right.
Let's go ahead.
Yeah. The reason why I don't, the guy had the problem is that if he was 26 and was trapped, like, where do you think it's going to be when, like, I mean, I wouldn't, and the problem is too, is like, and she has to hear it from me because I'm in that demographic of guy who wants to date. And I don't have a problem telling her, Wendy, you put the Victoria's Secret model in budget at 37. I'm not asking for her to date. No.
She needs to know, Charlie, how unusual.
We've got a giggle, Charlie. Let's just go back and absorb this properly.
Giving a thumbs up. Let's go ahead.
Yeah. The reason why I don't, the guy had the problem is that if he was 26 and was trapped, like, where do you think it's going to be when, like, I mean, I wouldn't, and the problem is too, is like, and she has to hear it from me because I'm in that demographic of guy who wants to date. And I don't have a problem telling her, Wendy, you put the Victoria's Secret model in budget at 37. I'm not asking for her to date. No.
She needs to know, Charlie, how unusual.
A Victoria's Secret medal at 37? No! No! Oh, with all that skin and... Oh! Why would you want a 37-year-old when you could have a 22-year-old? And a 35-year-old wouldn't be anywhere near as good as a 28-year-old. Oh, it's a large world for this gentleman, isn't it? Opportunities everywhere. Charlie. I mean, can you imagine what he would do right now to get his hands on a 49-year-old overweight Burger King employee that had just finished a double shift and came home covered in that film of grease and that smell, that chemical French fry smell. he would lap that shit up. Oh. That would take him to the highest stages of nirvana right now. You know, the 49-year-old overweight Burger King employee that it returns home after a double shift with no break, covered in that film of grease and that chemical French fry smell. And in a bad mood. The highest planes of existence await.
God, he is.
Of course.
People can, and especially from,
I have done.
I know,
Talk to Leon.
I know him.
And I will continue to talk to her. But there's a limit there's a point at which someone purposely will do what you're asking them. They'll purposely do the opposite.
And she's going to spend her life because there ain't going to be another day. There ain't going to be another day.
What's that?
There's not going to be another day.
No. The reason why I'll never tell someone you can't win the lottery twice, but I can tell you this, the probability is not in your favor. Probability is not in your favor of winning the lottery once.
Yeah.
Winning it twice, even more. And that's how I talk to her. Because what happens is this.
That's what she needs to hear.
She understands when I don't ever offend her because I don't talk about her. I just say, Wendy, listen, if you put a 37-year-old Victoria's Secret model in front of me, I wouldn't want to get serious with her. Why? When I can be with a 25-year-old. I said a 25-year-old is going to be 18 in 15 years. I go, you want to buy a car with high mileage?
A 25-year-old's going to be 18 in 15 years? No, Charlie. A 3-year-old is going to be 18 in 15 years. Well, why shouldn't I be with a 3-year-old? A 3-year-old, you wait 15 years and they turn 18. What? As long as we're talking shelf life here, you know. Let's get them young. We can go to Colombia and get a three-year-old right now. Oh, God, Charlie. Too much.
I wouldn't want to get sick. I don't ever offend her because I don't talk about her. I just say, Wendy, listen, if you put a 37-year-old Victoria's Secret model in front of me, I wouldn't want to get serious with her. Why? When I can be with a 25-year-old. I said a 25-year-old is going to be 18 in 15 years. I go, you want to buy a car with high mileage or low mileage? I go, listen, Wendy, you don't want to date a guy that's 50. You know why? Because he's too old for you. And he's going to be 60 in 10 years, and 10 years from now, you don't want to see yourself with a 60-year-old. I get it. So it is what it is.
But you can definitely ask her why she's not going out with him, because you were there with this lady really ahead
I know.
But it opens it for you.
Of course. Yeah. But just hear me out. Yeah. I can talk to Wendy differently than anyone can. But even when I do, I don't reference it as saying, Wendy, in a million years I would have dated a girl like you with 2 kids. Because it's true, in a million years I would. What I would say is, Wendy, the Victoria's Secret model, I wouldn't have you set me up with if she was 37. And that's just, it's a double standard, but that's life. And she knows about double standards in life. It is what it is. So all I can say is, like, when I talk to her and I put it in those terms, she gets it. She gets it. But, obviously it doesn't help that she's got these fucking friends. I know. Tell her that you deserve the Superman with some guy who's a doctor who's single, who's just dying to take over the responsibility of 2 kids who aren't his. Right. There's tons of very wealthy, successful, young, good-looking guys want to date her because nothing's more fun than having a 6-year-old fart in your face while you're trying to talk to your girlfriend when you get home from work. That's awesome.
Yeah.
That's cool.
Only someone like him who's got 3 boys, who knows what it's like, could understand it, and it doesn't bother them.
Yeah, and it's not only that. Let me give you an example. Ted Berman. You remember that crazy mom lived on the other street? The lawyer.
No, of course.
Okay. Ted Berman got divorced with his wife. He's engaged now. Oh, I told you about that, right?
Yeah.
So yeah, he took a whole bunch of people. He took Warren Sapp, football player. Yeah, he took Warren Sapp, Javon First, a whole bunch of his friends, like paid for everybody for like 20 people to go for the weekend to Atlanta. So we'll go there and spend like $50,000. So his wife ended up sleeping with Javon First. So anyway, so he's engaged now to a new girl that he's known forever. Okay, he has 3. I'm in that age group. I don't know what, and I'm wondering if Sue's that one. It's not. I mean, yes, your kids are a blessing to you. They're worse than somebody else.
Yeah, that's right.
But I mean, listen. Do I look like the kind of guy that wants to come home from work and talk to my 37-year-old girlfriend while her kid farts in my face? No, they're my nephews. I love them. But as far as dating someone, hell no. I want to go ahead and tell my girlfriend, listen, let's go away for the weekend. What time can you get off next Friday? Okay, I don't want to go like, oh, we got to deal with, can we get the in-laws to watch them? What's their schedule will look like? It's not just Wendy. It's Wendy and the 3 boys. It's 3 people you're dealing with. So you can't, and you can. Trust me, I know what to say.
I know you do.
I mean, and I listen, and a part of me for this because you know what, someone gets handed a golden opportunity.
And that, you know what? That's what she has to hear. Sometimes you get the gold ring, and you two, I don't know what she's got her head stuck up in her ass.
Because she has everyone telling her that she's such a great catch, and she is. But they're not. But guess what?
They're not living her life.
They're not living her life, and they're not breaking it down and saying who's, and listen, the guy who may treat her really well just may never really bother the kid. Like, there's so many aspects to it. So you can be a great guy, he doesn't really want to do anything with your kids. What are you going to do? Kick him out too?
This guy not only was crazy about her, but he was crazy about those boys. And he treats her, and that's what.
That's why. Because the truth is, she can meet a great guy. Those aren't his boys. And he just doesn't like them. What is she going to do? Get rid of him? He may treat her well, but he's like okay with the kids.
He'll tolerate the kids. He'll put up with them.
I put up with them, whatever. And then what if they're real nice to the boys on day one, but 3 years down the road, he's pretty much had enough of them. Right? They're going through a tough time. I mean, I'm just saying.
I think you need to know that she's been given an opportunity that she most likely will never happen again. She's away. She's not only throwing it away for herself, she's throwing it away for these kids that deserve a dad.
But you don't understand. You could never say that to her. Well, you can. It was a could.
Yeah, I know.
You can say anything you want. It's America. I can tell you the end of the comment. You can tell me the beginning. I can tell you how to end it.
Yeah, Charlie, you can say anything you want. It's America. Most of the fucking world, you can say anything you want, we're all free as well. And keep talking, Charlie. Say anything you want. Keep committing these exposing criminal acts. Yeah, it's great. Yeah, you can say anything you want in Belgium. You can say anything you want in Spain, Australia.
You weren't here, that's what I would do. I would try.
You fucked it up good. You fuck it up good and go, I tried. You would get 30 seconds into your planned speech before she told you to butt out of her life. And rightfully so, it's her life. She could tell you whatever she wants. But the difference is that I can talk to her differently than you
I know, Charlie,
So-
believe me, and I'm grateful that you do. I really am. You know that. You know that.
Trust me, I know. I mean, listen, she's doing great with that, considering everything she's been through. I would just like
You know what?
her.
She's your sister. She loves you. She's a good sister, and you're an amazing brother. And I'm just grateful that the two of you have each other. I really am.
Well, I am too, but I can
I
tell you
really
this.
am. And I
No.
appreciate what you do because
I go.
who else is going to do it? Who else is going to say, hey, wake up? You know, this is not only the perfect guy for you, but it's the dad for you. So, my God.
Listen, most people don't ever get an opportunity like this to begin with. Like
I know.
I'm saying, like to begin with.
I'm shocked that you don't.
Because the truth, and that's what I could listen, Mom.
I feel like an acting on the head. I mean it. And going like, wake up, wake up.
Trust me, Mom. Believe. Let me say this much to you. As much as you feel like knocking her over the head, I feel like punching her and then knocking her over the head.
Yeah.
I feel like punching her and then knocking her over the head. As much as you feel like punching her in the head, knocking her over the head, I feel like punching her and then knocking her over the head. I mean, now remember, guys, Wendy ain't as dumb as she looks. You know, obviously these conversations between Donna and Charlie like this, where they're arranging all of Wendy's life, scheming against her, plotting out what, you know, these tactics and so on. Obviously they're conducted in private outside of Wendy's knowledge, but can you just imagine if something happened that allowed Wendy to be privy to this conversation, if she had a wiretap somehow? I mean, that's not totally out of the realm of possibility. I think a private investigator, for example, would have the ability to do that. I don't know if it would be legal or not, but I'm sure you can get it done for a price. I wonder if something like that might have happened. You know, total whiteboarding speculation here, but Wendy has made sure to play her own game and take out every quote-unquote insurance policy for her own and her own only protection. Is it really so far-fetched that she could have arranged for something like a private investigator to observe Charlie and Donna in their portion of the conspiracy? Total whiteboard. I'm not making the point here. I'm just thinking out loud. But if she had heard any of this, can you imagine the emotional response from someone like Wendy, from someone as vicious as Wendy? It would not go down well. It would not be brushed off as, oh, that's just Mom and Charlie. There would be hell to pay. Hell to pay.
So trust me on this. So what I'm telling you is that I'll talk to her, and I will do my best, my best is very good.
I know.
And you gotta understand, the way I'll tell her too is like, Wendy, she loves Jess. I think Jess is awesome. Jess will be a great friend to me. And I talk to Jess all the time. Wendy, I wouldn't meet Jess in a million years because she's 37 and she has no kids.
She's no kid, and Jess still wants children.
Absolutely. I said, but she has to. I go, what? Do about. So it's like you winning the lotto and saying, I'll never win the lotto again. That's not true. You still have a 1 in 14 million chance. That's like, I'm not going to take that from you. You can get out there and buy another ticket and win the lotto.
Right, so just to clarify, this call is, oh, I guess I gotta wait for you to take your headphones off. This call happens 2 years after Dan Markel's death.
That's correct.
Did Wendy end up marrying Dave?
No, she didn't.
All right, what about, so we talked about the meddling in her financial decisions, her love life. What about her career? Do they talk about that as well?
They do.
And I'm referring to Donna Adelson and the defendant discussing Wendy Adelson's career decisions.
That's correct.
All right, are you familiar with call 2873, also here on Exhibit 130?
Yes.
All right, and was that call made on May 3rd, 2016 at 7:53 p.m.?
That sounds correct.
All right. Permission to publish this call, Your Honor?
You may.
708.
If you want to help out with our super duper Adelson Wiretap directory, I wish there was some way to describe to you guys how good this thing is going to be when it's released. I had to take a day off yesterday with the development because of all of the fucking documents we had to go through. But man, it is going to be good. It's going to be like something, a resource that no one else has done or seen for the Adelson case. And it's the best resource. It's going to be the best resource. It's impossible to put everything on YouTube. And there's so much that we would miss if it were all on YouTube. Yeah, you can help support our super duper Adelson Wiretap directory with our goal at the top of the chat. If you want.
Version of the stuff from this firm. And what you just shared on
So
Facebook.
I don't know if I told you this. I got Wendy to accept that job with Walter.
With who?
She told me she was going to accept, like after I got done
She
murdering
did.
on the walk with her, she said she was going to accept that job.
No,
She was thinking about not taking it.
I think this is not what she wants, but it's only about.
But I said, Wendy, first of all, there's no time frame on it.
Right.
And if you change your mind, you change your mind. So, but you'll pick up skills you don't have.
Right.
And
That's right.
basically, now's not the time to just chill and be a guidance counselor at Miami. Like, you're way
But
overqualified.
she can't get hired. She can't get hired anyway. There's like nothing there.
No, they offered her a job at UM. The dean called her up at UM.
Oh, she didn't tell me that.
Yeah, but it would have been basically like as a
Yeah, she's not qualified to be a guidance counselor.
not a guidance counselor, an advisor or whatever it was. Like, she's like, no, it's basically it would have been brainless work for her. She said the way she said it. She said even the dean called her up to ask her to take the job.
Brainless work for Wendy. I mean, I haven't seen any evidence of her holding any pedigree of academia or business, or certainly not fucking public speaking. Should we play a little bit of that? Let's play a little bit of that just to break it down here. What do we search for? Wendy Adelson speech. Here it is. From our good friend, Murder by Maestro. Thank you, Murder, for having this video at our disposal. Let's put Dave away for now, shall we? Before he fucking pushes me over the edge.
Coalition Fund, Miss Wendy Adelson. And joining her on stage, the District Director and Deputy Chief of Staff of Congressman Carlos Curbelo, Mr. Chris Miles.
Thank you, George. I am so proud to be here tonight. As George mentioned, my name is Wendy Adelson, and I lead the Impact Fund, which is a coalition of business and civic leaders founded last year by Mike Fernandez, who's a prominent businessman in our town with a very big heart and a lot of feeling for this issue of immigration. We are united in seeking sensible and humane immigration reform. Our work is bipartisan and solution-focused. And through our work together, I got the chance to meet Chris Miles, the lovely and talented Chris Miles.
I'm the lovely...
Yeah, the lovely and talented Chris Miles, who I definitely am not fucking.
And talented Chris Miles. And I work as the Congressman's District Director, running his offices here in Florida. And I get to work every day in a bipartisan manner on issues like immigration, climate change, and really just work
in a bipartisan manner, so issues like immigration and climate change in a bipartisan manner. Okay. So that's a pretty way to say that you'll take funding from anybody. I sit on the fence and I don't discriminate. If you want to write us a check, we're really good at supporting your side of the argument and your policies.
to try to change the tone in politics, and I've been able to do some great stuff with Wendy, and I'm very excited to be here.
So full disclosure.
Yeah, we did some great stuff with Wendy in the hotel last night. We did Doggy and Reverse Cowgirl. She gave me a trombone, which was nice.
Are Democrats. Some of my best friends are Democrats. I actually didn't meet my first Republican until I went to law school. But now party affiliation feels far less important to me than the values that we share across party lines. Chris and I are both actively involved in the pursuit of a legislative solution for DACA, for deferred action for childhood arrivals, for young people, sometimes babies brought to this country, who've grown up here, growing up as American, and thought this country was their home and their present and their future.
Why don't you tell us about the character in your book? What was her name?
In my role with Impact, our partners in passing legislation are the reasonable middle, like Chris and his team, whether they're Republicans or Democrats, not the loud and often extreme voices at the margins of either party. This is a time when we need thoughtful dialogue. We need a willingness to listen and to compromise for the greater good, like the Dreamers. Dogged adherence to a party line is not going to move us forward as a community, a country,
Doggy what?
Or a society.
For me, growing up in Miami with Cuban grandparents, you know, when I met my first Republican, it was when I was born. But another thing that surrounded my childhood, being the grandson of exiles, was this idea that politics and government were extremely important. That and education were the two most important things. And it was something that was very central to my childhood, whether we were at the coffee window or La Ventanita at Versailles or La Canarias later on when we moved out west, like most Cuban families did. This one theme of democracy being so important was just always reiterated. And part of what I was taught was that the United States was different because, unlike other countries, we didn't submit to authoritarian strongmen. We believed in our institutions, the separation of powers, the idea of every vote counts, equality, fairness. And through the last election cycle, a lot of that got rattled, whether it was some of the clips we saw up there, the fake news, the media being discredited, institutions that had been so central to my upbringing being challenged by both parties. And it was really kind of a scary thought. But however, working with Wendy on this issue, which is so important, DACA, I have a renewed sense, in the shadow of this very divisive election, I have a new sense of optimism, which comes from what her fund does and what so many other leaders and most of us here believe in that these young children deserve an opportunity to stay in this country because they are Americans. And recognizing that has helped inspire me and kind of refresh me a little bit. So that video was scary, but I do think we have a good path forward.
Our friends and colleagues tonight presented many different perspectives on the lives they have lived here in Miami and in other parts of the United States, on their values and their hopes for the future of our community and for our country. They talked about what it means to be American, to embrace the rule of law, the freedom of the press, the freedom to dissent, economic opportunity and social mobility, and respectful debate and compromise. There is some disagreement amongst the speakers about how threatened those values are in our current discourse.
But there's no disagreement that these are America's values. The conversation finds common elements in this very diverse backgrounds and histories of these individuals, including values that are passed down by our parents, grandparents, and other family experiences. Moments of discovery about difference, injustice, decisions made to direct one's life and work toward building of community, appreciation of the freedoms offered in the United States, and a feeling of responsibility to use those freedoms in a constructive way.
We are facing real challenges as a city.
This little throw back and forth, 1, 2, you speak, I speak, it's a conversation. Hey, we're bipartisan, we'll take funding from anywhere. You could be a Republican, a Democrat, we don't mind. It's check signing time. Write that check. Oh. Yeah. I don't know, man. I have filmed thousands and thousands of public speakers. And one thing that I took away from that is it does not fucking matter what people are talking about if they know how to talk. They could be talking about the fucking railways and it can be the most gripping thing you've ever witnessed in your life. Or they could do something really interesting. One guy I filmed was Sir Tim Berners-Lee, who invented the internet, which is arguably, well, it's not arguable, it's absolutely definitive, has completely and totally revolutionized everything that there is about being alive on this planet, right? Almost, well, probably more than anything before it, And when you see him talk, it's hilarious. The guy is so autistic. It's basically like Dustin Hoffman's Rain Man. But it's also very interesting as well. I don't know if I'd call him a fantastic public speaker. I mean, the subject matter does very much help, but, you know. Aside from him, it could be anybody. It could just be a normal person. My point is that Wendy Adelson does not have what it takes. And neither does Chris Miles. The lovely and talented Chris Miles.
And as a community. Tonight we have come together to acknowledge that this is not an easy moment. There are no simple fixes. But instead, this is a time to reach across lines of difference, whether they be political, racial, religious, gender-based, or otherwise, and embrace our commonalities, to search for what unites us instead of what divides.
The strength of our democracy is in this room.
You know what it's like? It's like careers day at the end of high school when two students are going to get up and pretend to be speech giving, you know, whatever, you know. We're going to pretend to be adults that are in the industry, right? And this is the exam. This is the final exam. And this is practiced and rehearsed and tested. But everyone looking at it knows that it's fucking remedial. Right? You know what I'm saying? It's like, okay, yeah, that was great. That was great. Yeah, A+. Wouldn't work in the real world, except this is the thing, right? They are in the real world. And they're not fucking adolescents. She's what? This is 2018. She's 39 years old here. And the lovely and talented Chris Miles, we don't know how old he is. All we know is he's the son of exiles.
No elected leader, political party, cable news show, or interest group can undermine the will of our people and the institutions that make up our democracy. It's time to turn down the noise of partisanship and identity politics and turn to the principles.
It's time to turn down the noise. Do you think that that's their fucking little tagline on their flyers and posters? That's the little tagline, isn't it? I bet that's on everything. # turn down the noise. You can just tell from his phrasing of it there. That's their hook. That's their sell, right? Turn down the noise. And again, we can identify that is what it is, and that it's fucking printed on all of their bullshit publications, # turn down the noise, because we know what shit looks like. I'm not identifying that because it fits what a good tagline would be. Quite the opposite. It fits what a bad tagline would be, and it fits what a talentless person would put forward as a tagline. It means nothing out of context. Right? A tagline should set its own context. That's the point. It's supposed to deliver the message without any other supporting elements. That's why it's a tagline, you fucking talentless hicks. Turn down the noise. You can just tell by the way he says it.
Show or interest group can undermine the will of our people and the institutions that make up our democracy. It's time to turn down the noise of partisanship and identity politics and turn to the principles that unite us all.
Anybody disagree with me that is their fucking... It's time to turn down the noise. They're driving it home, baby. I want to hear it one more time. We got your number, son.
Institutions that make up our democracy. It's time to turn down the noise of partisanship and identity politics and turn to the principles that unite us all. Democracy lives in us.
Oh, that's the other one, isn't it? That's the other one. So they've got Turn Down the Noise and Democracy Lives in Us. Democracy lives in us. That's also shit. Feels like an infection. It's like you've just come back from your CAT scan and we've found that the democracy virus is living inside you, eating your insides. Democracy lives in us because we're infected. Can't believe how utterly fucking shit that was. It's time to turn down the noise. God, I forgot about Pat Sanford. How are we doing on time? 4 hours deep. All right, well, how long have we got left of Mr. Sanford? Agent Sanford? Let's check. We got quite a while, I think. Oh, bump video coming up. When's that? That's in 5 minutes. Well, we're definitely not going to get... There's another hour and 40... There's another hour and a half at least. I can't do all that. Let's just see the bump then.
But the thing is, like Wendy, you have to get as much skill as you can now. If this is a skill you just got done telling me you don't really know how to do, now's the time to go learn that skill, not later. Right. Like, you need to learn it. So at least you can learn it until you don't like it. You can learn it. You can make a bunch of money. That's the whole thing, is that she can, and like Wendy, then you might as well do it to see if you even like it. She's like, well, it's not really what I like. But she's never done it. Right, but you've never done it. So you really don't know until it's like dentistry. Until you practice dentistry, you don't really know what it's like. Exactly. So I got her to do that, and then the other thing I was going to tell you is she asked me if Dave could come to the house for Mother's Day. Oh, she asked you? Yeah, if I would mind. And I said, of course I mind. Don't bring him. I told her, I said, yeah, bring him. She texted me the other day, and I said, yeah, bring him. The more the merrier. Why not? It's fun. Yeah, I don't care. I wouldn't care if you take...
It's more than social acceptance. Neville, it's much darker than that. It's her camouflage, altruistic, fucking benevolent, charitable organizations that she pretends to be a part of and give a fuck about victims or trafficked victims or sexual fucking exploited immigrant children. That's the perfect thing for a psychopath like her to say, see, nothing to worry about. Good deeds are my middle name.
The kids and her and the boat for an hour.
Oh yeah,
and like a pool just to help,
we do. But yeah, I told her, of course, bring him. I mean, I'm sure you'd rather her go spend the day with him than you anyway. It's the best Mother's Day present you could have given me. Could have spent the day with him.
You know what? I'm actually unhappy. As you know, I'm super happy.
Yeah.
That's just like,
oh yeah, no, I thought that'd be your best Mother's Day present this year. Wendy wants to bring Dave.
Yeah.
She's developing a brain.
She's developing a brain. That's right. And you know what? I have to walk away so that Ben, good friends have been. But he's not. And both boys are not very good at hugging and kissing, and it always makes Wendy feel bad. But sometimes they're boys, they're just not. The way girls are more kissy. So he said to her, Ben, I said, people who love you hug and kiss. I said, that's what Reverend and Grandpa always wanted to do, hug and kiss. And I said, I always did that with my mommy and daddy. And I did that with my children, and I do that with my grandchildren. So he said, yes, it's like daddy and mommy. They're hugging and kissing all the time because they love each other. I said, yeah, I guess so. So, you can never hide anything in front of you.
No.
Once they have a mouth, they open it up and they tell you everything.
Yeah. No, that's great. I mean, listen, Wendy just doesn't comprehend at all how lucky she is.
So she doesn't.
It doesn't register in her head how lucky she is at all. No, but not even nothing. It's just, which is great. But at least she doesn't see herself as a victim anymore, which is great too.
I'm just happy to hear that she's spending more and more time with him. That's great.
Yeah, no, so she's
and the funny thing was,
All right, let's move on to the bump. Was the bump on April 19th, 2016?
Correct.
What time of day was the bump?
I believe it was around 1:45, 1:50, somewhere around there.
Okay, in the afternoon?
In the afternoon, yes.
Were you involved in that operation?
Yes, I was.
What was your role?
I was the lead agent, came up with brought the undercover down there, and I coordinated everything.
Okay. What was the purpose of the bump?
The purpose was we had just began the Title III on the individuals, and we knew it had been 2 years after the homicide, and we wanted to purport the undercover agent to pretend to be somebody that Luis Rivera knew. Luis Rivera was currently in prison at the time, had been in jail, was in prison, and we wanted to make it seem that Luis Rivera was talking to people and telling people what he had done, and possibly even want more money out of it because his family was struggling because he was in prison.
Why did you select Donna Adelson to be the recipient of this bump?
Because we noticed the pattern of calls leading up to the murder and around the time of the murder. The calls were always Donna Adelson to Charlie Adelson to Catherine Magbanwa to Sigfredo Garcia, and then back. It was always going back and forth pretty much in that order. So we wanted to start it on one end and see what would happen, see if it would travel that same line of people.
All right, Judge, at this time I'd like to publish States 105, the bump video.
You may proceed.
Yes, please.
Evan's back, our latest, greatest Patreon member. Welcome back, Evan. Where have you been? We've been busy tonight. It's been good. It's been good. We went through some stuff. We went over some stuff. We looked at some stuff again. Then we came back and saw it from another angle. Yeah. No, yeah, what are we watching now? The Bump. The Bump.
Black shorts. What is it?
Pause it for just a moment. All right, so on the left side of the screen, we've got two different things going on here. Can you explain what we're looking at?
Yes, on the left side is a body recorder that the undercover agent was wearing, and it has video and audio on it. So what you're hearing is audio coming from the undercover agent and his video. On the right side is a separate video taken from surveillance agents that were in the area watching.
All right, so the woman we're seeing on the stairs here, is that Donna Adelson?
It is, and she's exiting the Icon, which is on South Beach, her condominium.
Fucking A, bro. I'm gonna fucking fuck up whoever the fuck is fucking with me.
Please proceed.
Kyle, thank you so much for the coffee. Trombone. Do people know what that is? Wendy Adelson giving, what's his name? Chris Miles, the lovely and talented Chris Miles, giving him a trombone in the hotel. Daniel Sack taught her many things, many disgusting things.
Okay, bud.
I just hate the fucking vibe Donna has when she walks, and I'm not sure if it's because I know about her and who she is that it's affecting my judgment, just like Judge Everett's judgment is affected by the blah, 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 blah. You know, I'm overcome with bias, but she just walks like, I'm so rich, I'm so virile, I'm so rich, I'm so rich, I'm so rich, I'm so rich. You know, I'm better than everybody else, and I'm so rich. Kind of this fucking goony posture as well. Do you remember those when Popeye went to the island and there were all those like tall things with the long arms and they had a big nose but no mouth, I think. What were those things? Were they called the Goons? I can't remember what they were called, but she walks like one of those guys.
Excuse me, Mrs. Adelson? How you doing? Just want to give you this. Listen. You're scared. No, don't be scared. Listen, just want to let you know that we know that your family has been taken care of.
I just imagine the FBI, you know, like when an actor meets with the director for the you know, the call-in auditions, you know. And maybe the director's is looking for an actor to do the part, and he's got an idea in his mind, and he wants to get a feel for the natural vibe and what do you think he might be able to do in costume and so on, you know. And did they go through several guys, or is this their resident FBI Latin King expert? Did he have to grow that beard? How long would it take to grow that beard? Maybe that's why this didn't happen until 2016. They were like, Sammy, love you and your undercover work, but we need, it's a Latin King role. So we're going to need like a long, you know, heading towards ZZ Top, but not quite there, beard. Can you get growing that? And it took 2 years to fill it out.
Katie and her friend Pluto for quite some time after your problem up north has been resolved. And I want to let you know that my brother, he's incarcerated. He helped your family with this problem you guys had up north. And we want to make sure that he's going through some rough times. We want to make sure that you take care of what he's going through the way you're taking care of Katie and Tuzo. Well, this will explain it. Thank you.
Everything changed, Donna. How fucking freaked out would you be right there, huh? 2 years. almost 2 years. This is, what was it? April 19th? Yeah, I think it was April 19th. So July 18th, all the way 1 year. And then, what? 10 months. 10 months and a day. So 22 months and 1 day. Quite a while, isn't it? Just enough time to think they're definitely not going to come back to us now. We did it. We fooled them all.
Where does Mrs. Adelson go after the conclusion of the bump?
She goes into the elementary school there, to the door to the right, goes inside and retrieves the children, and then goes back to the icon back across the street.
And are those Wendy and Dan Markell's children?
Yes, they are.
So they're in school just literally less than a block over?
Right across the street from where she lives.
Okay. And when the undercover bumps Mrs. Adelson, do we know if she had a cell phone on her person?
We don't know that.
Okay, but you didn't take one out and make a phone call?
She did not.
All right. When is her first phone call after the bump?
After she goes back into the icon.
Okay. And the undercover references a name, Katie, actually two names, Katie and Tuto. Was there a strategic reason why the name Katie was used?
Yes, there was.
Could you tell us what that was?
Yeah, basically, we believe that the Adelson family had been already in the public limelight because of the bad divorce. We believe they possibly could be.
Let me back you up. Because of a bad divorce, they were in the limelight, or under suspicion for this murder?
Under suspicion for the murder because of the bad divorce.
Okay, I'm with you.
Okay, and then so we felt like Katie couldn't. We felt like Katie's name had to be put in there to let them know that it wasn't a random person just trying to come and extort them. That it had some legitimacy to it because the person actually was in prison. He's the one who did commit the murder, and he was the one that we wanted.
It was really, really lucky for the investigators that Luis Rivera got caught up with that RICO case. You know, that removed the ability for Katie or Sigfredo to verify anything with him. I mean, I wonder if there was an attempt. They're not very good at code, are they? Talking in code. I haven't heard any claim that there was an attempt. But at some point, you know, Katie and Sigfredo, it seems like they think it might be possible that Luis is serving time and sent a friend to extort Charlie and get some cash. I mean, for the most part, I think Katie thought it was the cops. But there's changes in their, you know, they just made a big mistake. Fucking A, bro. You know, all that. Okay, we should probably go. I'm not even tired though, but the stream goes on too long. we'll stay until the next coffee. Or maybe that will prevent a coffee. We'll give it a few more minutes.
Portray that he was providing information to other people about the homicide.
And who is the first person that Donna Adelson calls after this bump?
Charlie Adelson.
All right, Judge, at this time, I'd ask to introduce 124. This is a wire call summary that I've created to assist the jurors in following along with these wire calls.
Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
124 is admitted at this time.
And Judge, I've marked one copy for evidence. Would it be permissible to pass out copies so everyone can follow along?
Please show them to the defense, but yes.
Yes, sir. Judge, for the jury's purposes, will they be able to make notes on this and take it with them, or do they need to make their notes separately?
Defense have any objection to the jurors writing on the summary and taking it with them?
None at all. I think it's a great idea.
Well, that settles the matter.
All right. At this time, Your Honor, I will ask to publish what's marked as Call A on the... Have I introduced this?
Sanford has actually grown on me during this examination. I'm not very warm to him, but he's okay. He's just doing his job, isn't he? You know. I just wouldn't want to go to a barbecue at his house. I even if he was like, you know, like, I just feel like I wouldn't be able to touch anything. I feel like I'd need to ask. I'd feel always like watched and am I doing the right thing? Am I making myself too at home? Or where's the line, you know? And then I open the fridge. He's like, don't touch that. That's not where that goes. You know, it's like, okay, man. I just wanted the ketchup, okay? Have you got any mustard?
Let's introduce the wire calls themselves. And those are 108, Your Honor.
108, I believe, has already been admitted over objection.
Okay. And they're already in. So this will be Call A from 108 that we'd like to publish at this time.
So, you know, if you have time tonight after work or some other time in the very near future, I need to meet with people with you.
Okay.
Okay?
Did someone write a letter to you or something?
I've got some paperwork hand delivered to me.
You're being sued?
Hand delivered to me. I got some paperwork hand delivered by one of your thug friends that, you know, you messed up.
No, That's what I thought it was, but I'm gonna need to talk to you.
Okay.
Okay, so, I mean, I can, I don't know, have to figure out something. You can tell it will be wherever you are.
Well, I'm in Mitch Klein's office on Oakland Park Boulevard.
Okay.
So I'm right now in Skyline Chili, and I'll be at his office in the afternoon.
No, Neverly, darling. At Judge Everett's barbecue, I just think he'd be really happy to see everyone, you know. He'd share recipe ideas, you know, sort of marinades that he'd been working on, top secret in the basement. You know, he's thinking about combining, you know, making something like sweet chili plum relish, you know, with real plums. That goes on everything, right? Everything at Judge Everett's barbecue is covered thoroughly in sweet chili plum relish. And then Chief Mac shows up and gets a little bit embarrassed because he didn't come up with it, you know? Starts acting like, well, that's not authentic. You know, people like the classics, Judge, okay? Smokehouse barbecue rub, that's where it's at.
In the afternoon.
Okay. So the boys will finish their, piano lesson around 4-ish, and I'll have the track of it, and may take a ride with them up there.
Does Dad know about this?
The dad's at work today, fortunately.
What's, IRS? Or?
You know, those IRS people, they kind of bother you sometimes, but, you know, fortunately not now.
Okay.
So I will talk to you. I'll give you a heads up if I'm going to have to drive up that way.
Alright.
I think. And,
Does Wendy know that? Is it involved Wendy?
No. So let me just talk to you later, and, if
Yeah,
I'm...
what is it? Is there help okay?
Yeah.
Does it involve me or other people?
Well, probably both of us.
What's that?
Probably the two of us. So you probably have a general idea what I'm talking about.
Alright.
So let's just find some time to talk to each other and take the boys for a ride, okay?
You're gonna take the boys up there?
Well, when he doesn't come home, he doesn't get here till about 7 when Dad gets here.
So it's order you talk to me today.
Today or tomorrow.
You know, what is the deal here? You're being secretive and cagey on the phone, so you think you might be being listened to. So why make the call in the first place? I mean, have they thought that far ahead? Have they just... Perhaps they don't think it's the cops. Donna doesn't think it's the cops. Perhaps she's totally taken into the Latin King, and the reason that they're being cagey on the phone is because they've just had a standard flat policy, never discuss the details of this on the phone. But then later in the call, when Charlie keeps guessing, she's like, listen, I really don't want to talk about this right now, or words to that effect. So there must be some suspicion that they're being listened to by law enforcement. From Donna's point of view at this stage. So why make the call? Either drive round there, or wait until you see him, or... Just unbelievably, it's beyond amateur. It's borderline retarded, their fucking scheme.
Important.
All right.
What to do.
Well, I'll be up at Mitch Klein's office. You want to come up? Oh yeah, so really like.
I'm just concerned that I would have to get up there and get back in time for Wendy to get them. Sometimes she gets out a little early. I would want her to come in out here.
Can I ask you a question? Who's the paperwork sent from?
I see them. That's great. It was something that came hand to me as I exited the building today.
And was it anonymous or?
Oh no, it's not anonymous. It's not anonymous. I just don't want to discuss it over the phone.
Right, whatever it is. It's silly, but if you want,
I wouldn't bother you. Trust me.
Yeah, no. Do you want me to come down to see you tomorrow? I have to have the day off.
Yes, that would be wonderful. Dad actually works later tomorrow. You know, he goes in at 1 o'clock. We both work out at the gym from 9:30 to 10:30. So
whatever it is, I'll take a look at the paperwork.
Yeah.
I hope it's not the IRS, but
I just would like you to review it and give me some input as to what your thoughts are.
All right.
Okay. So come down tomorrow. Dad leaves at 12, so anytime after 12 would be good.
12 tomorrow.
Yeah, he leaves at 12. He starts at 1 there, so 12, 12:15.
All right, I'll come down in the afternoon. That way I can hang out with you and see you at 6.
That would be great.
Perfect. All right, I'll talk to you later.
Love you, honey. Bye.
Bye.
All right, so we've got, seems like we're picking
Maybe that's a good place to end. I mean, how long is this is still direct. This is still direct. I think direct is all up until the end of the day. So we might have to end it there. It's like 6:35. Which means it's 1:35 in the East Coast. So yeah, let's end it there. Now, when are we on stream? I gotta be up Monday morning, so I cannot be doing this tomorrow. Should we do a stream in the daytime, Sunday fun day? Maybe, who knows? For now, we'll say Metrix, peace out. Metrix, good night. Thank you, chat. Thank you, supporters. Thank you, super chatters, super sticker givers, super coffee go-getters, and the bulletproof Metrix moderators. Good news, folks. The coffees never end. So if you're going about your day after this stream, you suddenly, you're hit by an overwhelming sense of guilt. You're thinking, man, I really loved that show. But I didn't send a coffee. The good news is that the link doesn't sleep, right? The link is always there. It's just True Crime Metrix. No, hang on. What is it? It's buymeacoffee.com/True Crime Metrix for you to assuage your guilty conscience before you sleep. Never go to bed on a guilty conscience, guys. It will haunt you. And you'll wake up with the night terrors. Man, I used to have a girlfriend that woke up in the middle of the night with night terrors. That was fun. Oh, look, she's screaming again. But we move on, and we pick it up. We pick up the pieces. Just like Sanford picked up the pieces of the wiretaps, put them all together, just like we're going to be doing on the Metrix website. Oh, it's going to be so good, guys. I think we're going to have some success with the Metrix website. You know why? Because every single person that follows this case is going to set up camp and live inside the website. It's going to be great. What a resource we're going to build. Just constant build, 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 keep it going, build, 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 store, log, build. Yeah, that's the stuff. That's how we should do it, right? Okay, we will let you know when we are next online, because I am out. I'm out on the road working a real job in the sun. Okay, so we will say goodnight. Thank you so much again, guys. Love you all. True Crime Metrix is here to stay. But not right now. Right now we're going. Goodbye.